What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the Transparency. And Taylor never hired Chris Holland, who peer reviewed Dr. Turvey and then some. Welcome. All right. A ton more is dropping, and I just printed off 145 pages. This was a exhibit that was filed under seal, exhibits in support of motion in limine witness identification by bushy eyebrows. 145 pages here. It includes pictures from Dylan Mortensen's room. It includes the transcripts from the interviews that obviously are not like blanked out. And holy shit. Okay. So by God. All right. Check this out first, though. You guys, is going to be a very controversial episode. So either you can handle it or you can't. Let me go like this.
At least two people.
One of them could have been Brian, for all I know.
Have you ever seen hair get labeled as debris in any of the cases that you've ever worked on in your career?
That is absolutely bizarre. And in my career, I've never labeled hair as debris. Debris is a chewing gum wrapper. It's lint. It's pocket trash. So those would be the 2 points I would want someone to understand. Again, I'm going to emphasize this. Kohlberger pled guilty. I'm not arguing Kohlberger in the wounds either. So those are two things that would look at it and tell you, no, these were inflicted postmortem. Dog. We know that Bethany was in bed at 2:30, 2:45. The girls are upstairs. They're making phone calls right up until 2:53 when they stopped making calls. So whatever happened, whatever's recorded on there, to me, has no bearing on this. And we're making phone calls. The dog has come out. They've looked for the dog.
Earlier than the timeline that we're looking at here.
No, I know what you're talking about, but no, to me, it's irrelevant. It doesn't have anything to do with this crime. Okay, we know what was going on inside the house. The dog has come out. They've looked for the dog. We know that Bethany was in bed at 2:30, 2:45. The girls are upstairs. They're making phone calls right up until 2:53 when they stopped making calls. So whatever happened, whatever's recorded on there, to me, has no bearing on this.
Okay, so Maddie calling Xana, okay, and Bethany at 2:53, 2:52, 2:51 has no bearing. Yeah, fucking right. Okay, it has every bearing. Okay, why are you calling those people? He's talking about how Bethany said, "Oh, Maddie came to my room." I don't give a fuck what Bethany said. Why the fuck would? How about this? How about this? How about, is it at all possible that the reason that the phone call started and we're so boom, 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 and that Maddie got involved with even calling Jack D? Because if the dog went running off at 2:17, why is Maddie waiting until, I don't know, 2:51 to call Jack D? Is it all possible that Maddie and Kaylee saw something that they were not supposed to see in the room of Xana's, in Xana's room? And then it was just Xana. I want to show you something that literally made my mind, whew. It is 1000% relevant to talk about the fact that there was a huge scream at 2:51. Huge scream. Also, it is relevant to talk about what did Chris Holland have to peer review Dr. Turvey's work, because Dr. Turvey is doing the sheath. What timeline stuff does Dr. Turvey have with anybody? Dr. Turvey's job was to say what time this happened or that it's not at this time. You guys, none of that makes any sense. Ann Taylor was very, very particular about who got what in the discovery. Okay. She was not giving stuff to people that had nothing to do with certain things. Sorry, fact. Also, in order to, like, what are you peer reviewing? Peer reviewing, it should just be the crime scene. Could this have been done by more than Was this one person? And was it during this time frame? Why does the state have to have it during that time frame? Because the car is being associated. And that's when the car is there, and that's when the car leaves. That's why. Why is the state claiming this time frame? Because of the roommates. God damn it. Without the roommates, any one of those cars that came back into that area and left and came, anyone, it has everything to do with the roommates' statements. So either you believe them or you don't. But is there a way, a scientific way? Is there evidence out there that would support that what they are saying is absolutely fucking crazy? Okay? Because 1000% the text messages and DM and them saying basically DM starting at 4:00 in the morning. And then talking about, and Bethany's calling because of that bumped into the beer pong table. Fuck, what? We have no idea what made that noise. Truth, I mean, that's not a fact. That is not a fact. Especially it's not a fact when Bethany is saying she saw sparklers underneath her door and that she heard a firecracker, like a big boom, like a firework. Well, I've never seen somebody drop a beer pong table and then there be sparklers underneath someone's door. So I don't care what they say. Let's talk about the records. Let's talk about the digital evidence. Let's talk about, and in order to give any credence to what Chris Holland has to say, we have to know what he was working with. What he was working with. What did you have in order to peer review Dr. Turvey's work? And you weren't hired by Ann Taylor. I mean, I was blown away when I heard that, and I had never spoken to Ann Taylor. Wow. So did Ann Taylor did Turvey hit up Ann Taylor and say, hey, I'm going to have somebody peer review my work. His name is Chris Holland. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to give him this material. And then she's over here like, what work? The crime scene? Like, what's going on here? Because in the beginning, he's saying that Turvey wants him to like, hey, I got to bring to the table all this stuff about like everything else, like timelines and shit like that. And I'm like, well, you want to start at the beginning of the night. And do you really truly know what the state is claiming with the Explorer? Do you know what the state is claiming about the DoorDash driver? Do you know how many times the DoorDash driver was back there and that there's no evidence of anybody going back there and making these loops, AKA being Molly? The undercovers, do you understand that they basically are claiming that car on November 15th? Do you understand that we don't have the whereabouts of Ethan and Xana, and then they're just miraculously there and dead in a bedroom? It all comes back down to what did you have and what were you peer reviewing? The crime scene in and of itself, to me, it doesn't take a scientist to see that all the blood that was in Xana's room, and the person was in a huge struggle with their, they're on their feet. How did they leave that room and not leave a trace? It was cleaned up. So I understand that the whole peer reviewing of like, could this have happened in this amount of time? Well, when the question was asked of him, could the same person that was upstairs that just committed the murders of two girls, because you think that happened first, what evidence is there of it that they were killed first? Truly, what evidence is there that they were killed first? And then when I hear TikTok, I want to puke. TikTok, do we know how TikTok works? It's the same way as YouTube. You could be watching YouTube on your phone and go to sleep. You're watching a show. You fall asleep. Guess what? Not only does it run for the hour and a half of that show, that whatever you're watching, it has a potentiality to go to something else. depending on what you're on. Are you on like a playlist? Like, what are you on? Like, what are you doing? So that's how YouTube works. So it would say that I'm on my phone for like 13 hours while I was sleeping. Same thing with TikTok. You're on TikTok and it literally will keep playing over and over and over and over and over the same video unless you swipe up or do something different. I mean, so if I hear one more fucking thing about goddamn TikTok, I want to know about outgoing commands on the cell phone. I want to know about what digital evidence did you have to associate to any of these phones making any movement, whether it would, obviously you can't put a person to moving the phone, but let's just talk about the phone in and of itself. And the lack of shit that I hear people talking about when they want to talk about, I had 59,000 files and I had this and I had that. And I'm going to give you this and we need to get this out to the people. I haven't gotten shit. And I've asked for it numerous times. So what the fuck have you all looked at? If you asked me and I was in their roles and I want to come out and talk and do an interview, I'm going to know that answer. I'm going to be able to tell you if I've seen Xana Kernodle's health data. I'm going to be able to tell you if I saw Dylan Mortenson's. I'm going to be able to tell you if I saw Kaylee's, Ethan's, Maddie's, Bethany's. Digital evidence is like, you might as well put it right up there with fucking DNA right now. And I'm not hearing anything except for the phones didn't make any more phone calls. And I'm like, that alone, and they're stopping at 253, wouldn't that be every reason to see who the hell just stopped? Both people don't make another call. Okay, great. Let's go to Xana. Do you guys understand that Ethan and Xana, when are their last outgoing anything? And so to me, it's like, when you want to sit here and say that the 424 car that leaves is it coming back at 429? I'm laughing at you because it's not the same vehicle. It's 1000% not. And do you know what the police and who the police assigned to the 424 car leaving? They assigned it to a girl that they said left work to check on her fucking cats. Well, guess what? That vehicle that supposedly this girl came in to check on her cats, left work, came to check on her cats, and then left. That's not even possible. The 424 vehicle is not the same 429 vehicle that comes and literally parks in the driveway of 1122 King Road. And at 429, that would be very, very interesting timing when you guys want to talk about somebody cleaning up, when you want to potentially talk about somebody that was called. You know, Ethan's phone was called using Snapchat, right? Why aren't we talking about Ethan's phone? Who had Ethan's phone? How come Ethan's phone is found next to Xana's body? How come where Xana's laying that it's Ethan's phone? And why is Xana's phone in the bed? We all know how we operate. If we're walking around and supposedly Xana was in the kitchen, Xana's going to have her phone with her. That's just how, you leave a room, you take your phone with you. That's what college kids do. Their phone is attached to them. So for me, I think that everybody should be coming to the table and talking about this case from the probable cause. Here's a probable cause. Let's start there. Everybody was home by 2 and in their rooms by 4. Huh? Where are they getting that information from? That's what the state's claiming. Well, you have the evidence now. There's such a thing called the Wi-Fi and the router. What times do all of these phones connect to to the Wi-Fi in this house. You know, Ethan. Where does Ethan get onto the Wi-Fi? All right, at 10:30 in this book, 10:30, Dylan arrives at the Sigma Chi house, apartment 4. Ethan, Hunter, Xana, Yessie, Gideon were there. Hunter. That means Hunter Chapin. Hunter Chapin said he went to bed at 10. Dylan and Gideon were in and out of the lodge before going to Peter's apartment. That's all not possible, just for the record. Because then you're going to have to go up directly with Fitzgerald Kennedy, who says that Dylan got there at 10:30, by the way. Bethany and Yessie go to the main house for the Sigma Chi fraternity they're using Bethany's interview about 10:30, 10:45. Let's get to this getting on the Wi-Fi. I think I have to go back a little bit further. It's called Vandal Air. Where's this stupid fucking thing at? The only time we ever hear about anybody, connecting to this Wi-Fi, it's just mentioned one time, and it mentions the fact that Jack Kadovich has a white Elantra that looks like a white Elantra, by the way. Like, let's not forget about that. Jack Kadovich was driving people around. Jack Kadovich was a freshman. Is that who Bethany was talking about? Anyways, you can go through this. We're going to move on, but there's only one part where it says about getting on Wi-Fi. Okay, Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's. At Allie's. Do you know that where Allie's is? Allie's is where Fitzgerald is. So I want to tell you who keeps lying about Ethan and Xana's whereabouts. If you go to page 239 in your book, class, Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's. Xana is holding a White Claw. Again, they're saying that happened at 24:04. We know that that's not. So are we saying that's 12:04 a.m., which we're going to get right into it. Oh, what did she say? Again, so listen to this. Ready? If Dylan sees Xana for the last time at Allie's, Xana's holding a White Claw at 12:04 a.m., which could potentially be like 11:04 p.m., depending on, because everybody just doesn't know what to do with how to put a chart together with the right time. Bethany sees Ethan and Xana in Peter's apartment before leaving at 12:17. Bethany and Yessie walked to Allie's house on Taylor, where Allie, Jenna, Hayden, Kennedy, and Yessie were the only people at the house. Kennedy says that Xana was never at her house. So it is Dylan Mortensen that keeps lying about the whereabouts of who? Xana. It's Bethany who keeps lying about the whereabouts of who? Xana. It's Bethany and Dylan who keep lying about the I didn't see Dylan or Ethan or Xana. They keep distancing themselves over and over and over about Xana and Ethan, Dylan and Bethany. That is the reoccurring theme in this book. And when I say this book, I mean this timeline, these interviews. And I'm about to show you some mind-blowing shit. So what that means, guys, is the people that are putting people alive and where they saw them, and that, dude, Xana was never at Kennedy's, Fitzgerald's. Why is this important? What was Ann Taylor doing? And this is why Turvey and fucking Chris Holland and whoever else wants to talk needs to shut the fuck up. Because Ann Taylor didn't give you guys things for a reason. Because she had people working on everything they're supposed to work on. And Ann Taylor is putting it together the way that she's putting it together. Because she was putting it together. Her witness list told me that. So if Bethany is lying about seeing Ethan and Xana, and Dylan is lying about seeing Ethan and Xana, right? And we go back to the beginning, which I played for you guys, which was yesterday when I was like, we're going to dissect here Kennedy's interview, and then I went straight into Bethany's. Okay? And I'm like, listen to this. Bethany was the person, and Dylan, those are the two people that were only talked to on 11/13, mixed with Emily and Josie and Jenna. Fitzgerald was talked to so early on that there was nobody that else could be the provider of the information of where Ethan and Xana were. And here, Fitzgerald comes and says, I didn't see Xana that night. And then you have Detective Blaker saying, we didn't think so. We didn't think so. Well, that's interesting because guess who else was interviewed on the 13th? And you got all ready for this shit? Mr. Kernodle, Jeff and Xana's sister. And what it originally was in the beginning was that her dad, I think, would know this. And how you could possibly mess this up, I just don't know how. But if you talk to your daughter the night, how do you mix up Friday night and Saturday night? Did you talk to your daughter last night? Think about this. He would have been questioned on Sunday because he went to the police office, like he was down there at the police station. And for him to say, I talked to her at this, like, here's my phone. He's looking at his phone. When did he talk to his daughter last? Was it Friday or was it Saturday? I don't care if you're a big drinker. I don't care if anybody says anything. You guys, here's your phone. When did you talk to her last? Go listen to his interview. So you ready for this? I'm going to show you something. This is this 145-page new document. look at these exhibits that we're using. We do not want, she's not going to talk about bushy eyebrows. And we're using exhibit 1, which is Noonan's narrative report. We're using exhibit 2, which is excerpts from the Noonan body cam transcript. Exhibit 3, excerpts from Mowry's interview transcript. Exhibit 4, pictures taken in DM's room. Exhibit 5, report regarding search of DM's room. Exhibit 6, excerpts from Gooch's interview, these pages. Exhibit 7, excerpts from Williamson's interview. 12.1. Guess who that is? Where's that at? We've never heard or seen that. And then Exhibit 8, statements of Brett Payne. Exhibit 9, excerpts from Lake interview. And then Exhibit 10 is excerpts from the grand jury testimony. So after you go through Noonan's narrative, which we have already, we get to this document, which is we've never looked at or ever have seen the actual transcripts from when you take the interview. Okay. And when I'm talking about the interview, this is Noonan's body worn camera being transcribed. And so when you do that, let's go right here. Okay, how much have you seen in there? I don't really know. I just saw my friend laying like that when I called Hunter because we were so scared. Be like, Hunter, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. And Hunter told us not to go in there. Well, guess who else is named Hunter? Hunter Chapin. Okay? Hunter Chapin. So in the evening, or not evening, but in the early morning hours, when her phone is being utilized to like call people through Snapchat and shit like that. Okay? And she's calling, they claim that they're calling people, right? Well, her and Bethany both make phone calls from Snap and text people and message people. And now remember, at 4:29 in some odd seconds, right? That Explorer comes over there. Okay? So this is when somebody doesn't know. I want you to take these little pieces out and I want you to think about them in the standpoint of is nobody's perfect. All right. You're going to make mistakes and you're going to mess up. But this right here, this statement right here to me is you could just fit that right in at 4:29. I mean, at 4:24. Look at what Dylan's phone's doing. Next. Make this bigger for you guys. Hold on. There we go. Next, we go over here. I remember seeing what started. I remember I was in my room. Okay. And I was trying to go. So what started? Like, she wants to start this. You would think, okay, anybody that's going to tell this story is, well, we were downstairs in Bethany's room. But she knows where she needs to start. What started? I remember I was in my room. Okay. And I was trying to go to bed right there. Boom. So right here, Holland loses all credibility with me. She wasn't sleeping. Dylan was not sleeping. She was in her room. So when you have the probable cause affidavit and anybody talking about anybody sleeping, okay, unless you're going to say, I remember I was in my room, ready? And I was trying to go to bed. Okay, so guess what? This couldn't have been at 4. This had to be at 2:50. 2:51. Ready? Because wait for it. And I heard Kaylee, who Jack's ex-girlfriend, and I'm just like, wait, what? Well, because she saw Jack walking up. So she like points to him, and I heard Kaylee, who Jack's ex-girlfriend, who also has the dog Murphy. Do you see right away? She puts this ex-boyfriend. She says, who's ex-girlfriend. Wait, what? She wants to label Jack an ex. And I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who Jack's ex-girlfriend, who also has the dog Murphy. Real fast. Which one is your room? Whatever. What room are you in? That floor that the girls, plural, are on. It's by the kitchen. Same floor that you guys are all on. That floor that the girls are on. She's over here. Now watch how crazy this is. That the girls are on. That floor that you guys are on, that the girls are on. Because she believes that the two people that are in Xana's room are girls. You guys, she's saying that on purpose. Because who again is she distancing herself from? Ethan. Yet again, I have no idea where Ethan's at. That's interesting. But again, Ethan. Then, okay. All I heard was, go upstairs. Like I heard go upstairs. Like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now. Because she's going upstairs. All of a sudden, you heard who go upstairs? Kaylee and the dog Murphy. But look at this. All I heard was go upstairs. Like you heard Kaylee say those words. And upstairs to the very top, yeah, that's where her room is. Okay. And then all of a sudden, I heard her walking up. I heard her scream. And that to me is the 2:51 a.m. scream. And she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. She said, someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. Exactly. Did somebody tell Kaylee to go upstairs? Exactly. Now we're getting there. Okay. Because what we're getting here is we're getting little truths from Dylan. But this right here, this is the 2:51 a.m. scream. And then remember this, what I'm telling you is all going down at this time. Molly's passing off. Why is Maddie calling Xana? Think about this. Ready? Kaylee screamed. Kaylee screamed because of what the fuck she saw in Xana's room. Kaylee screamed because of what the fuck she saw in Xana's room. Xana. Everybody says, how was anybody just going to stand there or lay there while somebody's getting killed? You're absolutely right. Nobody would because nobody else was in there. Okay? Remember, doesn't Ethan have Xana's blood underneath his fingernails? So if Ethan's lured over to come there and then drives the Explorer and gets there at 4:29, he's walking upstairs, right? How was Ethan's blood ever on the, on the portion of the stairs if you're coming in the front door, right? And going up the stairs, how was his blood there? It's not diluted. But if Ethan's called over because remember this, Maddie calls Bethany and Xana, but she calls Xana first and then Bethany. And Bethany's over here acting like, oh, the dog's missing. That's why a person says that. So, they were trying to lure Ethan over there, saying you're getting cheated on right now by some random account. You're getting cheated on right now. Get him to go over there, get him in that room, right? That didn't work, right? Or did it? At the end of the day, I just want you to understand this. If Kaylee and Maddie both saw, listen, everyone's like, oh my God, they would have called 911. If they were being attacked, they saw what they saw and they needed to call. They're not going to call the police right away. They can't believe what they saw. They're calling Jack. Holy shit. But the first phone calls were Xana and Bethany. Because what did I tell you guys? I believe that Maddie was handed this DoorDash order. Then Maddie is looking for Xana. Xana doesn't answer the phone. Neither does Bethany. And then all of a sudden, when she's going upstairs, I heard her scream. And she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. She said, someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. This is all a fucking story. That's not why she screamed. I believe Kaylee screamed because of what the fuck she saw. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my room because I was so scared. Yeah. Again, guys, if you are going to listen to somebody like a Chris Holland and a Turvey, okay, then all of this had to have happened at 2:51. You understand? You know why it has to happen at 2:51? Because there's no other times that Maddie and Kaylee are moving with their phones. Okay. And Maddie and Kaylee never call each other. And Jack D said it was really odd that Maddie doesn't call me, like for her to be calling me. And then this lie about the dog is just ridiculous. Now this is going to the bathroom. I hear her crying. I heard some guy saying, you're going to be okay. I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name. But she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy. And he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black. Not insanely tall as like Jack D. And like he was wearing like all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth. And then I locked the door and I called Bethany. And I didn't know what to do. So right here, this is why it's really important, is because she does not talk about calling anybody else. Okay. She's not talking about how she's calling Ethan or how she's calling Xana. But really what she does do is the first person, because if she thought it was Kaylee, then the question should be asked, and this is why I've always put this out there, is why did Dylan call Xana first if she thought it was Kaylee that ran down and all, like, why are you calling Xana? She called Xana first. Dylan's phone shows Xana being called after Bethany is called first, which is why the fuck are you calling Bethany? But guess what? Then we realized that didn't happen that way, and that it was Bethany that calls Dylan. And so now we know everything at 4:00 is nothing of what took place at 2:50 fucking 1. when that scream is heard and everybody's calling everybody. So this is at 4 a.m. This 4 a.m. Yep. This morning. Yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down. You left here? Yeah. Left my room down to Bethany's room, which she's that one with the white blinds at that very bottom. Okay. I ran down there and we talked. Her door was locked. And we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow. Bullshit. This is all lies. So we just like tried to go to bed, and then we woke up, and it was weird because none of our roommates were up. And we called all of them. No, they didn't. They were not waking up. So me and Bethany were like, this is weird. So I called, see how she says I called Emily and Hunter to come over. And then that's when all of this happened. Now, if we go back to this. Okay, how much have you seen in there? Nah, I don't really know. I just saw my friend I just saw my friend laying like that when I called Hunter. She doesn't say Hunter and Emily. When I called Hunter, because we were so scared. Well, guess what? That's a slip, because I believe that she did do that. Okay, but the Hunter that she called wasn't that Hunter Chapin. She called Hunter Chapin. Remember, Hunter Chapin's phone disappears, never to be seen. Her wording is that she calls Hunter and Emily. Those are always like together. Emily and Hunter, Hunter and Emily. Right here for her to say, how much have you seen in there? Speaking of that room. I don't really know. I just saw my friend laying like that. You saw her laying like that the night before, you piece of shit. Yeah, and I'm saying piece of shit because this is a lie. You saw her laying like that at 4 o'clock in the morning. But let's think about it. Yeah, she saw her laying like that. And you called what? I called Hunter because we were so scared. Is that a slip? Did she call Hunter Chapin? Because Ethan wasn't answering. Maybe Ethan had passed out at Hunter's, in Hunter's apartment at the Sigma Chi. And so, oh my God, you got to get here. Like, Xana's not waking up. And then, so the 429 vehicle that comes back there, that's Ethan. And then Ethan is over his girlfriend. Blood gets underneath his fingernails. And then he's taken down and pushed all the way up until but they say that, and he's taken out on the bed. And so therefore, underneath his nails is Xana. Xana's blood. Who came there at 429? That was the Explorer. The cops were wrong when they have this Explorer doing all this shit that it's just not doing. Now, okay, who's Xana? Xana is the girl in there. What? Remember? Xana is the girl in there. Is the girl that, yes, this one? Okay, how do you spell? Xana is the girl in there. I thought, remember, like, she thought it was Kaylee. Xana's the girl in there. Remember, she just said a minute ago, the girls that are on that floor, she's trying to make it seem like she thinks that this is how far she's distancing herself from Ethan. She wants to make it seem like she thinks that Kaylee's in that room with Xana. So she's distancing herself from Kaylee even. And what kind of wounds does Kaylee have? Horrific wounds. Dylan. Okay. Dylan says, and then Ethan, who's in there, he doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time. Do you see this? She slips up here. And then Ethan, she has no idea where Ethan was. She never saw him that night, didn't go in there. How does she know Ethan's in there? Right here, boom. And this is the type of stuff that you don't get, okay? And I'm not, listen, I've covered the case. I don't care. Chris Holland, awesome. All the accolades you have, that's awesome, okay? But I've been researching this case for 3.5 years, however fucking long it's been, since November. I can't say November 13th because, so November 14th, November 15th of 2022. Calling in hella public requests, FOIA requests, you name it. But right here now, all of a sudden, we have a slip, and Dylan Mortensen now knows that, and Ethan, who's in there? Dylan says, he doesn't actually live here. He's in the room with Xana, I believe. What? Remember, the girls are on the floor that all of you guys are on right now. Remember that? The girls. Now, this is when you just have somebody that just, they think that they can lie their way through anything. After you've seen the Sharilla shit, it should bring you to a whole new dimension. But he doesn't live here, but he's here a lot. And then there's Maddie, Mogan, and Kaylee up top. But I don't know where they're at, though. But I don't know where they're at, though. Because she knows that she can't act like she knows certain things. So now she doesn't know where Kaylee and Maddie are. Okay. Noonan says, Maddie Mogan, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Kaylee. Dylan says, Kaylee Gonsalves. She's the girl that I was talking about. Kaylee, who I heard her go upstairs and then ran back downstairs. Okay. And the guy that lives here, his name is what? He's not, or he's usually here, Ethan Chapin. And you knew he was here this morning? No, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here. Boom. Then why is she saying that he's in that room? She had no idea he was here. Yeah, she did. I mean, do you see these contradictions like all over? And here's me. Oh my God. I just can't even. I mean, this is all the new release stuff, guys. Dylan, no, I didn't know. I had no idea he was here. OMG, I say. Okay, all right. Describe that guy you saw. I don't think he was He was a little bit taller than me, and I couldn't really see much of him, but he almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me like at all. I just shut the door and locked it because I didn't know what to do. Not call anybody, right? Remember, she doesn't call anybody. So the way that you're describing this is like this happens, ready? Before, not during your conversation with, now this is really important. What the state wants you to believe is that this would have happened between Bethany calling Dylan and Dylan calling Bethany back. Okay? And it just didn't. It just didn't. She totally says right here, I just didn't know what to do. I locked it because I didn't know what to do. And then I think he went out, like the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes out to the backyard. Okay. And then I didn't know anything else. She's just telling herself here. And then I didn't know anything else. When someone says that, and then I didn't know anything else. So I called Bethany and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you because I don't know where anyone else is. What? But this is the problem, is that Bethany calls you. Dylan was toast on the stand. Okay. And I called Maddie. I called Xana. I called Kaylee. No one would answer except Bethany. Bethany called you. Okay. All right. For Xana, do you know how old she is? Yeah. Is she in a sorority house? Yeah. Not anymore. Okay. Okay. She's a student. Yes. Do you have any contact information for her parents? No. Emily. It's okay. Okay. I just know her name. Get that eventually. Her dad's name is Jeff. Okay. And then Ethan. Yeah. And Ethan Chip. Okay. Real fast. She's saying this. There's a guy, black mask in there. She didn't recognize him. She heard a girl screaming upstairs. She got scared and locked herself in her room. And then the screaming all stopped. What? We just read all of this, and this is not what was said. Okay. She's pretty sure that this masked person went out the back. Officer 4. Okay. We blank footprints. Okay. Right now, I'm getting all victim information. She knows the other two girls that are up there. I haven't told her who's deceased or anything yet, but okay. They have 4 people that are unaccounted for right now, which, okay, whose dog? We need to figure that out. Somebody's dog. Officer news, whose dog? Who owns the dog? Kaylee and Jack. Jack was the one that was just here. Female. That's the one in the car right now. Okay, yeah. Officer 4. Tollison is on his way. Look at that. Tollison. There he is. Gary Tollison. No fucking way. First name out the gate. Get out of here. Okay. Since she knows a bunch of the people who are all living here, I'm going to get all their names and then I'll finish collecting all their information. Okay. Hold Ethan. And I apologize. There's a door downstairs next to the bathroom that's got a padlock on it. Okay. Do you guys... Bethany, we don't know the passcode. Dylan, we don't know. We don't know the code. Okay. Who has access to that room? Team Idaho. Yeah. Okay. So it's not something you guys. Yeah. We have no idea what it is. Thanks. Okay. So Ethan, how old is Ethan? I believe he just turned 20. 20. Yep. Okay. No. I know Emily knows Xana's date of birth. Okay, no worries. And Ethan is Yes, he is. and you don't see him here right now, but you're pretty sure he was in that room. I think so. I think it's what Hunter told me. I don't know for sure. There you go. All right. And then the 2 additional roommates aren't here right now. They're not. That aren't with you. That aren't here with you. Yeah. What are their names? Okay. How old is Maddie? Okay. I think so. Okay. Believe that. Okay. You're doing great. Thanks. Okay. I'm scared. I'm asking a lot of you. That's fine. I appreciate you. I'll say anything. I don't care. What? You're doing very well. Okay. Do you know if the other 2 girls are upstairs or no? What the fuck? I'll say anything. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I know I have rights. She knows that she has rights. She doesn't care. I'm here. I'm saying it all. That's what she wants you to believe. I don't care. Okay, well, you're doing great. Okay, do you know if the other 2 girls are upstairs or no? Oh, that's Dylan's asking that. Okay, do you know if the other 2 girls are upstairs or no? But you just said that the 2 girls were on the main floor or like middle floor. Right now, what we got to do is we got to process the whole thing. Okay, that makes sense. She doesn't press on that. She doesn't get emotional. She wouldn't be like, oh my God, no, like they have to be up there. That's where they sleep. Like, what do you mean? You don't know. Okay, that makes sense. What makes sense? That wouldn't make sense to you. We have to process everything. Like, what? No. Emily's more like, what the fuck is going on? That's how you would be. I don't know what I'll be permitted to tell you. That's fine right now, okay? That's totally fine. I understand. Really? Who's being so understanding about that? Because I wouldn't. Officer Noonan's, okay, let's go back. I just want to, okay, make sure we're getting everything. So you're sure at about 4 this morning. Yes, it was 4:10. Oh my God. She doesn't have to look at her phone, nothing. Yes, it was 4:10. Dude, it was 2:51. You first noticed a guy? Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs. I first noticed that. So 4:00 this morning, Kaylee went upstairs. Yeah. You see how that's impossible. Impossible. Kaylee wasn't making any more phone calls, nothing. She was done at 2:53. Okay. Dylan Mortensen. Yeah. Officer Nunez. To the way top? Yes. To her room with Murphy the dog. How do you know she went to her room versus like... Okay. And then, Officer says, and then you heard Kaylee scream. I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs. And she said, someone's here. She ran downstairs. Yes, I could hear. You can hear everything. I heard her run downstairs really fast, and then I heard Murphy barking a lot. Okay. And then I heard her going to the bath. I think it was the bathroom. And I remember her sobbing. And I just remember hearing this guy's voice that I don't recognize saying, you're going to be okay. I'm going to help you. But it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't like a nice way. It was like a weird way, like a weird tone. Officer Noonans, you're going to be okay. I'm going to help you. Yeah. And you didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore? No. At that point. After that, I didn't hear anything. Okay. So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone. I called Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. None of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look. And that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that. And then I'm pretty sure he went out the side door. And then I called Bethany, and Bethany said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. That's not true. We heard this. She heard this loud noise. See, there's like this wheeze. She heard this loud noise, and there was a light, I guess. Did you guys hear it like a pop, like a bang? I don't know. Did you hear a bang, Bethany? It's what she heard. Okay. That's what she heard. I didn't. We'll talk to Bethany. Okay. Never mind, Bethany. Just stay there. I didn't hear that. She's running the show. Oh, shit. Hey, where you going right now? I'm just going to pick up my friend. That's the person in the car. Okay. Where does your friend live? 500. Okay. Can you go around to the left, please? Yeah, I can go around. 627. Okay. I don't think I ever heard a bang. I don't think anything about fire or firework. I don't think anything. Or gunshot or anything until I called her. I don't think I heard anything of that, but I also was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared, and I was really tired. And that's when I called Bethany and I told her, I need to come to your room, because she was the only one that was answering me. So I just ran down there. Yeah. And you kept her down there. This is your alibi. You're alibying up here. And for a second, I stopped and I saw Xana passed out. And I thought maybe she was just like sleeping or something. I didn't think anything of that because I was so out of it. What? And then I went into Bethany's room and we just fell asleep. And then we woke up this morning and no one was waking up at all. Like no one was answering, which was really weird because all of us wake up around like 9 or 10. And then I called Emily, who brought Hunter to come check. And Hunter came here first. And I told him what happened. And then he looked in the room and he said, you need to get out. You need to get out. Where is this? You need to get out and call the cops. Okay, that guy that you saw, I know it was dark, right? Or were the lights on? I think there were lights on in the house. Okay. I don't really know what he looked like because he had a mask, but he wasn't like super tall. How tall are you? I'm like 5'10". I think he was like maybe my height, an inch or two higher or lower. I couldn't really remember. So about like 6 feet. No, it's like 5'8" to 6'1". This is the range. I think so, around there. Okay, how was he built? Fat, skinny, stocky? More like skinny, but like basketball player kind of skinny. Like not too skinny, but like almost fit skinny in like a way. That's what I think. I don't know for sure. Okay. And when the voice, he said, when those words, you didn't recognize the voice before. I didn't recognize him or his voice. I mean, I also couldn't see him, but I didn't recognize that voice at all. Okay. Didn't even cross my mind of who that could be. What? What? Didn't even cross my mind of who. Wait, what? Did you guys have a party last night too? Or not tonight? See, she's still thinking that it's tonight because she hasn't got a bed. Not tonight, but there was a Sigma Chi party and we had like a formal thing beforehand that was 2 days ago. What? Look at this. Not tonight, but there was like a Sigma Chi party. Okay. Is there anything that popped out about that event? No, I mean, I went to the Sigma Chi because Ethan, he is a Sigma Chi, and Xana and him are dating, and Xana went there. Oh my God. And Xana went there. So she's the one that's over here saying this. And Xana went there. I was there for a little bit. And then I went to my friend Allie's house down the street. And then I came back home with my friend Lake and Bethany. Everything was fine. Nothing weird at all. Nothing suspicious. Who says suspicious? Nothing suspicious. Until the 4 a.m. Until the 4 a.m. Dude, come on. This is so like important. Sure, Jan. This is nuts. This is nuts. Right there. And then I went to my friend Allie's house down the street. And then I came back home with my friend Lake and Bethany, I mean. Okay, all right. I don't think I have any more questions for you right now. Okay, if you do, it's fine. She's just like, okay, if you do, it's fine. Like, everything's fine. I'm just here to help. Like, you know, like, I'd be freaking out. Somebody else will be talking to you. Then next. Maury interview Mortensen, Johnson, McClure, Beck. Speakers on audio. Dylan. Okay. Okay. Do you have any pictures, any video, or anything like that? Any social media posts? She says no. That's a lie. We found her social media post that night. Okay, and what's a good address to you? Wait, what? Okay. You've got your phone with you. Yeah. Do you have any pictures, any video, or anything like that? Any social media posts? No. Okay, and what's a good address for you? Okay, like just somewhere you are. Just somewhere. Where are you living right now? Are you here at the university? Yeah, 1122 King Road. Wait, why would this be so confusing? Okay, like what's a good address for you? Like, yeah, 1122 King Road. Okay, what house is that? What do you mean? Is that an apartment or a sorority? It's a house. Okay. I don't know the sorority. Oh, okay. I don't even know if there's any. What's there? Yeah. Detective Maury is a fucking idiot. Okay, so tell me what you know. Okay, so there was a Sigma Chi party. Obviously, yes, we were drinking. I left to go to my friend's house, Allie. When was that party? I think I went there around like 10:30ish. Boom. Last night or this morning? Last night. And then I went to, wait, look at this. I think I went there like around 10:30ish. last night. And then I went to Allie's house. And then me and my friend Lake came home. And then Bethany came home from Sigma Chi. What? From Sigma Chi? Oh my God. And then Lake walked home and we just all went to bed. Oh my God. Whoa, whoa, and whoa. So she went to the Sigma Chi party at like 10:30ish. Then she went to her friend's Allie. And then why is she talking about Bethany? It's like, and then me and my friend Lake came home, you know, from Allie's house. And then Bethany came home from Sigma Chi. How do you know that Bethany came from Sigma Chi? And we're not asking you what Bethany did. And then Lake walked home. How do you know that Lake walked home? Because you went to bed and didn't know when she left. Do you see this shit? And then Lake walked home and we just all went to bed. Wow. Narrative. Allie, Lake, and Bethany? That's like, and then we just all went to bed. Yeah. Allie was the house we went to for a little bit. And then it was just me and Lake who came home. And then Bethany came home a little bit later. Okay. Is Lake a boy, a girl, or a boy? She's a girl. Okay. And are they all on the same place? Lake is a Pi-Phi. She is in the Pi-Phi house. Me and Bethany are the roommates. What? Me and Bethany are the roommates. The roommates, what? We're the roommates. You understand that Dylan is under the impression that that everybody knows this story. Like, hello, we're the roommates. Oh. We're the roommates. We're the roommates. Roommates what? Like, do you understand that? How wild that really is? That truly, like, that sentence is? We're the roommates. Okay. We're the roommates. And me and Bethany are the roommates. The roommates of who? Like, okay, Lake or just you and Bethany are roommates? Like, he's like, what are you talking about? Like, just me and Bethany are roommates. What? No, you and Bethany aren't just roommates. You are roommates with other people. But look at this. Just me and Bethany are roommates. Got it. Okay. So you guys were there. You came home early? Yeah. And then eventually Allie, Lake, and Bethany all showed back up at your house. Oh my God, Detective Mowry. Not Allie. Allie stayed at her place. Detective Mowry said, she stayed at her place. Where does she live? She lives like down the street. I don't know exactly where that is. How do you not know that, man? Detective Mowry just accepts it. Okay. And then Maddie and Kaylee came home from the club. And then we all went to bed. Look at this. And then we all went to bed. No dog is missing. No nothing. Okay. What time do you think you got home? I think I got home around 12:30 to 1. Okay. In between there. And I think she's right with that. And then what time do you think Bethany came home? Like 10, 20 minutes after I did. Okay. And then Maddie and who else came home? Kaylee. They came home like 1:30, 2-ish. Okay. And at that point, nothing weird at all. Okay. Then everyone, look at this. Then everyone's asleep at 4 a.m. What? Look at this. Then everyone is asleep at 4 a.m. Then everyone's asleep at 4. How do you jump from 2 to 4? Well, that would tell me exactly that I need to look between 2 and 4 a.m. Something is amiss. Don't look here. That's where you want to look. I look at my phone and look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. I look at my phone. Because at like 4 a.m., she's like, then everyone's asleep at 4 a.m. I look at my phone like at 4 basically, and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing because I could tell it's her voice and it's Murphy because he's barking. And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear like everything. And I heard her say, there's someone here. And I thought she ran downstairs. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do. And this is where you get the I thought now. Okay, so Kaylee and Murphy's her. So Kaylee and Jack is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share the dog Murphy pretty much. Pretty much at 4 a.m. is going to be the book title that I'm writing. And Murphy's the dog. I might just call it pretty much instead of pretty much at 4. Because it's just pretty much. We can just say whatever we want. Pretty much this is just my opinion. That's how I'm going to, pretty much. Okay. And then I jumped and I locked the door because I didn't know what else to do. So Kaylee and Murphy, okay, blah, blah. Okay, what is Kaylee's last name? Jesus. Okay, spell that. And is she here today? No. Was she one of the ones that was hurt? Yes. That would have stopped me in my chat. Okay. Where is Kaylee's room compared to yours? Like right above mine. That's not true. Maddie's is right above her. Are you on the first, second? And she's on the third. Yeah. Okay. And you said that Kaylee and Jack share Murphy. Yeah. But Jack doesn't live with us. And Jack is an ex. Yeah. Current. Yeah. He's ex right now. Okay. Any problems between Kaylee and Jack? No. They're really okay. Good. Like friends still. Does Jack come over and still play with the dog and stuff like that? Every now and then. Yeah. Remember Jack's like, no, that like, what? Jack is saying opposite of that for the record. Okay, so you hear Kaylee. This is Ann Taylor's exhibit. Upstairs. She's dancing, playing with the dog. Normal, yeah. Everything, probably, yeah. And then she says, there's someone here. Yeah. When she goes, I can hear her go upstairs and then I think she's in her room and she says that someone's here and I can tell she's scared and she runs downstairs. Where do you think she ran? I don't know if she ran past the stairs. What? Okay. Or if it was in the living room. What? She said the bathroom. Okay, but you heard her on the stairs? Yeah, I heard her running like super fast downstairs. Okay. And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name. And I had called Xana, Kaylee, and Mogan on my phone. And what was the other name? Xana, Maddie. Yep. Sorry. We call Mogan. Mogan is Maddie and Kaylee. Okay, so do you know what Xana's last name is? They do all that again. Mm-hmm. Okay. Were these 3 friends? Yeah, we're all roommates. Okay. Who was sharing the room with Kaylee? Right? Who was sharing the room with Kaylee? Kaylee and Mogan are both upstairs. They don't share rooms. They have their own rooms? Yeah, we all have our own rooms. Okay. So these 2 are up on the 3rd floor? Or the 3rd? Yeah. Where is Xana? That's my floor, your floor. She's closest to the bathroom on my floor. But the bath by the bathroom. Okay, so Jack and Kaylee are not an issue. No, they're not at all. What about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue? No. Maddie has a boyfriend, Jake, who's in Boise. Super nice. Okay. Xana is dating Ethan, who was in the room with her. They're really nice too. Okay. I apologize. I don't know anybody's names. That's okay. Or anything like that. So was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee all upstairs still? Are those the ones that got hurt? Those are the ones that got hurt. Doesn't answer where they're located. Okay. And then Bethany, the other girl that's here, she's on the first floor. Okay. And Bethany, was she the one in the yellow hoodie? Yeah. Okay. So she's over there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan? No. Nothing. Like, I've never heard anything. Any cars that were in the area that you think of that wouldn't have been normal? No, I wasn't really looking at that. Okay. And you didn't see anybody come downstairs? Did you hear anything? No, I didn't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. Like, it was just really random. What? This is just so random. Okay, so you get home around 12:30 or 1. Yeah. You've got Maddie or Bethany who comes just shortly after. Yeah. Maddie comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep? Yes, I fell asleep. Okay. Okay, wait for this. This is wild. Okay, and Kaylee also came home with Maddie at the same. Yeah, so between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. Uh-huh. Look at that answer. You're not hearing anything between that time. Between 2 and 4. Uh-huh. First time she says, uh-huh. You had something to drink, so yeah. Obviously, you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right? Yeah. Okay. Look at, they're already priming this. They're priming her. Jesus. Okay. And then you hear her say that she says, you hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her. Wait, what? She didn't say that she opened the door. She never once said that. Cry out to her. What? Mallory, cry out to her. Yes. And then you close the door because you're scared, right? Oh my God. Mallory, this is ridiculous. What happens at that point? I open the door again. Oh my God, now it's really, let's get into the story time. I opened the door again and I heard what I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom. And I heard this man's voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. But it wasn't like in a nice way. Like, it was just weird. And it was a voice I never heard before. Okay. And then I called out to her and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that. I don't really know what happened. I don't really know what happened after that. After there was no crying after that. So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom? Yeah, but it could have been Xana. But I thought it was Kaylee at the time. Okay. I don't know if these questions really help anything. And you said that you don't recognize the voice. No. And then I opened the door again. And the guy is right there. and he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic build. He has all black. He's wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here, and he goes like around here. He was white. He was white. Like, he was white. He saw me and I saw him and he just left. Oh my God. Okay. And he was holding, oh my God, this is where just. And he was holding, it looked like it was like this and this. It was like black. And I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was. It probably was a gun. Oh my God, these undercovers. But I was just in and out of it because I was so tired. When you say this, what do you, like, it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out, and then so I don't know exactly. Almost like an arrow, or yeah, kind of. It was weird. I couldn't really, it was like a mini vacuum. I don't really know what it was. It was, you guys, she's telling on herself. It was a mini vacuum because she knows that they cleaned up. Oh my God, it was a mini vacuum. This is insanity. This is nuts. A mini vacuum. What? Oh, well, okay. So then we're almost done here. And then Aunt Taylor's like, well, here's my exhibits. What does she say? Yeah. Any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness? Freak? Look at this. Get any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on in the last couple of weeks that they talked about? No. It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. No weird calls, texts. No weird. No, nothing weird happens in Moscow. Usually nothing weird happens in Moscow. What? Right. Okay. So, and I apologize. Back up just a little bit because everything's going to be jumbled up here. And I totally get that. Yeah. So you heard her dancing? Heard her. Uh-huh. And you hear her say, somebody's here. She goes, sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you and her hear her crying. Yeah. Or at least somebody. Yeah. Might not have been her. And then did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him? Yeah, I closed it before I opened it and saw him. All of this is added. From the time that you heard her say there's someone here to the time that you saw him, how much time do you think? I don't know. I think it was like around 10 or 20 minutes. Oh, Dylan just blows it up there. You know, not like 3 or 4 minutes, right? Okay. I mean, I was really not that long out of it. Everything was kind of blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it, I would say. Okay, so help me figure out where, like, I haven't been into the building. Where was your, if this is, hold on one second. There we go. Again, what is up, guys? Welcome to the transparency. These are nude talks. Your room, I should say, I guess, like, so the door's right here. This is the apartment or that, or that hallway. Wait, I thought he was never there. What hallway? This is the apartment or that hallway. What? Dylan, it's like a house, okay? It's a whole house. There's stairs that go up diagonally like this. Okay, living room, uh-huh. You're looking at the living room to the right. The bedroom is Anna. Okay, okay. On the second floor, right? Yes. So you had the stairs in here. Mm-hmm. You go to the okay, bathroom and Anna's room right next here. Yeah. My room's like right in front of it. Okay, and there's a kitchen. So there's a kitchen. Then there's stairs that go up to the second floor. Okay, so that's up. And then the Kaylee's room is on the, going up the stairs. Kaylee's room is on the left, up top, right? Yes, up top. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also the bathroom next to Maddie's room. So your door faces the stairs going down to the bottom. It faces more like you can see them when you look out, but it's not totally facing. It's more like facing like this. Okay, so your door is more over on this side. Yeah. And then I could see like the window door that slides open back there. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can't. Here we go. Nope. That's a big fat no. You can't. So, and you opened your door. Yeah. Where was he at? In between my door and the kitchen, I think. You guys, then they would be kissing each other. Okay. And then I saw him go out the door and leave. What? New. Out the kitchen door? Yeah. And I just remember saying like, no, no, no. And I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could. Okay, so is there a deck out back? It's like just cement and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone can come in on the what? So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then and go up one? Yeah. Okay. So 510 all black. Did you see the color of the eyebrows? Or anything like that? What? Did you see the color of his eyebrows? Was he albino? No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either. Boom. How anybody is allowing this shit. It's right here, folks. And here's Hippler. It's admissible. All of it's in. It's all in. What is up, guys? Welcome, Teresa. Love your intelligence and persistence in finding the truth, Lana. Thank you so much, Teresa. Appreciate that. Kay Schmidt was like, hey, 5 of you guys are going to turn green. Wicca, what's up? New member. Wicca gifted a Truth and Transparency membership. And then Black Cat and Jam, my girl Karen, making 10 people members. Thank you. Maori is just damn nuts. Yeah. Okay. So she says, I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't say anything. Okay. He just looked back at it. Okay. Well, which I found was really weird, but didn't recognize eyes and definitely a white guy. Yeah, definitely a white guy. Okay. Any smells, any like that would be weird. Okay. So look at this. When asked that question, when she does the She doesn't say no. She does one of these again when asked about the smells. That place would have been real. Here you go. Ready? Photos taken in DM's room. Artwork on wall. Photo 1 taken at 11/19. And it's file name IMG 2418. So these are them. We got a bunch of them. Dylan said, Maury says, okay, after he left, what happened? I called Bethany, and Bethany was like, I heard what sounded like a firework, and I didn't like put 2 and 2 together. Oh my God, do you know when someone says I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Holy shit. This is when somebody says these words, that is a lie. That's like textbook. Now, I don't necessarily, there's always exceptions to everything. But those are her words. Like, put 2 and 2 together. And so I told her, like, I called everyone. They're not answering. And this is all lies. This is all lies. Like, none of this shit is true. Because Bethany called her. So you have to say, like, then my next call back, I said, I didn't think anything of it. Again, this is how she says it. I called Bethany, and Bethany was like, I heard what sounded like a firework. Bethany wouldn't speak like that. And I didn't like put 2 and 2 together. And so I told her, like, I called everyone. They're not answering. And I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep. After you hear Kaylee scream and crying. Her room. We lock the door and just go to bed. Okay. Doesn't mention Xana. Okay. And then this morning it's like 11 or 12 and we're calling everyone. And so again, none of this happened. They weren't calling people. None of this happened. And we had like a really bad feeling. So I called Emily and Hunter when she always uses them together. Whenever she just says Hunter by himself, it's just interesting. And Hunter went up to Xana's room and he said, you need to call the cops right now. Okay. Like he wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see pretty much. Do you understand this? Then how do you know that she was in her underwear, in a sweater, yeah. Is your house co-ed? Just girls or just girls? Okay. And then Bethany's your roommate, right? So Xana is on the same floor as me. Bethany's the first floor. Mogan and Kaylee are on the third floor. Okay. That's what I'm messing up. Okay. You didn't hear a car start up? Nothing like that after the fact? No. Motherfucking no. You see that? No. Well, that's interesting because one is flying away at 4:20. That's because all this shit happened earlier. This is how you get people to mess up because they don't realize that what they're saying, it doesn't matter. They think it doesn't matter. And then no one, has anybody seen anything, any social media posts? No. I would be like, I have no idea. Anybody talking about anything? No. Okay. At the Sigma Chi party, anything weird, strange, not normal? Anybody get angry with anybody, anything? No. It was just a normal, like everything. Everyone seemed fine. Xana and Ethan were with me. And it was totally normal. What the fuck? No. Wow. Xana were with me. This is crazy. Crazy. Okay. Look at this. Another huge lie for Ethan and Xana. Like there was nothing weird or out of place or suspicious. Nobody hooked up that night. Or no, nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that would be, look at it again. Boom. We think we got her towel down? Instead of saying no, Nobody hooked up or that might have a boyfriend that would be pissed off at them or something. No. Okay, all right. Anything else that you can think of that I should know? All that I really know is Bethany saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it. All that I really know? What? Wait, she just said all of this shit. But this is all she really knows. What is this? You think there's any... Okay, all right. Anything else that you can think of that I should know? I'm basically going to tell you that I don't really know anything. All that I really know is Bethany saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it. Okay. And I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor. See that? What are you talking about? You woke up to screams. This woman is delusional. And anybody that fucking can sit here and listen to this shit is delusional too. Delulu University, man. This is crazy. After she just sat here and said all this stuff, but I don't really know anything. Because you were just right below it, right? No. Well, Bethany's below me, and Xana and me are on the same floor. So, like, Xana and me stay on the same floor. Oh, I gotcha. Down here, and this is Bethany. So, Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen. What? You fucking idiot. Yes, pretty much. There's like a wall, and there's a kitchen, Xana's room, bathroom. Yeah, duh. Okay, anybody else on your floor? No. And the downstairs on the first was Bethany. Yes. And then up on the third was Allie. Look at this idiot. Allie doesn't live. No, Allie doesn't live with you. Huh? She's so confused. Lake was in Pi. She's like, Kaylee and Maddie were up. Like, come on. Kaylee and Maddie, those are both on the third. Yes. Yeah. Similar layout where one bedroom is over there, the other. So yeah, so Kaylee's room is here, bathroom is in the corner, and then Morgan's room. Okay, so Morgan would be over Xana's room. Yeah, no. The kitchen. Xana's, I just can't. Look at these people. Yeah. So Kaylee's room is over. Look at this, is false. And she's saying yes. Ridiculous. She's saying, yeah, I would think so. What do you mean you would think so? You live there. Look at this. Yeah, I would think so. Okay, anyways. Here's these exhibits. Exhibit number 1. Let's take a look. On serendipity. Eyebrows for days. Okay. This is exhibit 2. Wow. That was like a mug shot. Are these black women? Look at them. Look at eyes and lips. Look at these hands. Hands and torsos. Heads missing. What do you guys think about that? Ready? Thank you. Looking out the door, we knew that this was coming, right? Looking out the door, here's what you have to see. Looking out the door of DM's bedroom, photo 1 taken. Like, that's what you're looking at. You can't see anybody from in this room. And so how Hippler is just, or anybody out there is just, I mean, Ann Taylor was on it. Here she's like, here you go. Then she says, looking out DM's door, photo 2. This is just like right here. Dylan's room search. That part is, ixnayed out. And so let's see if anything else is new on here. Morton's bedroom is the most centrally located room within the residence. During the time of the quadruple murder, Mortensen reported she witnessed the murder suspect, later identified as Brian C. Kohlberger, at close proximity while she stood at her bedroom door. ISP forensic scientists had identified a bloody shoe print. Believed to belong to Kohlberger. Now they're just making shit up. They said that it was belonged to the police. That's what's in the notes for the lab personnel. Upon entering Morton's room, I photographed the bedroom while an emphasis upon her wall hangings and artwork. While conducting a search of her bedroom, the following items were noted and or seized. See ISP Detective Talbot's evidence forms for seizure items. The bedroom had a low amount of alcohol compared to the other first and second level bedrooms. We knew that. There was a myriad of personal items, notebooks, and textbooks consistent with a college student. Artwork of human figures with an emphasis upon the eyes and eyebrows were pinned to corkboards along with fashion cutouts from magazines. A letter from Mortensen's sorority big sister, Emily, later confirmed to be Emily Allant, was in a clear plastic shoebox within the bedroom closet. Just so we know, this was taken out. We didn't get this. A personal diary / journal was located on the vanity within the bedroom. There you go. A sorority accountability voting letter was located in a black backpack, which was under the bed. And she was being voted out. The Pi Phis wanted her out. This is the rumor. Accountability. Now, is the rumor correct, or was that to vote out Maddie, Xana? Now, let's look here. I am being serious. That's what that was. Now, this is transcript of the audio second interview with Dylan Mortensen. Detective Gooch, thank you. Lewison, McPherson says, I'm in Moscow, and technically it's Sullivan Law Office where I work, but let's see what this is all about. Detective Gooch says, thank you. You're welcome. Robin, I'm recording. So is Dustin, so it makes, it easier. So we're not spending a lot of time writing through the report building, but also for saying connected to Dylan, we don't want it to. Okay, of course. Okay, so I'm recording. Is that okay, Dylan? And your last name is Mortensen? Yes. And you have every right to record as well. You know that, right? Sure. Do you guys have body cams going too, or just... Okay, so this is page 3. So she's... Okay. Now this is page 19. She didn't use all of it. So this is page 19. Dylan says, so I have an assignment I turned in right before I left to go to Sigma Chi. So pretty much Saturday night, we got home from the Whites. I'm going to guess around 5:30. Again, I don't fully remember. Again, we were drinking that day too. Like I had just had champagne. Like I had probably around 3 drinks, seltzers. We made food. Me and Kaylee made pasta, and Xana made the sandwich. Xana, me, all of us roommates. So Xana, me, Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, we were all together. Like the Last Supper. Kaylee decided to go take a nap. Everything that Kaylee does. And then me, Xana, Bethany, and Maddie were on the couch watching a show. I don't know if we were fully watching a show, but we were eating, talking, and we all said we were going to go take a nap. I took a nap on the living room couch. Maddie went to her room, Xana went to her room, and Bethany went to her room. I don't remember when Ethan came around. Boom. I can't fully remember. Might have been once after we all woke up. We all set a timer at 8 to wake up. There was an 8:07 saying, Ethan saying that he was going to change there, but he was at Hunga Dunga Brewery. Change at Xana's though. We all set a timer at 8 to wake up together. They all were getting ready to go out. I'm pretty sure Ethan came over when we all woke up. I'm pretty sure. What do you mean you're pretty sure? You don't know that or not? Like, give me a break. And guess what? The Explorer logs, those would be really interesting. I had to finish some psych homework. And I can look at this is page 19. Then page 20, when I turned it in. That's when I know I left. But I am almost positive I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure when they left because, again, I was probably still intoxicated. I would say I think it's around 9:30 or 10ish. So they're saying to go to the Sigma Chi party, and she's just like, this. None of this is right. Detective Gooch, but you set your alarm for 8 p.m. That would be on her phone. That is a command. So is it on her phone? Like, that's a question that can be answered. Dylan says, yes, I know that for sure. We all set our alarms for 8 p.m. I'm just going to look at when I turned this assignment in. Let's see. What's the date? It would have been the 12th. Yeah, the 12th. Okay. So I turned my assignment in at 10:12. And now that's what it would show you in Boise time. That would mean that it was 9:12. Because you're looking at so you turned it in at 10:12, but it was 9:12 because they're an hour, it's an hour difference. So what you would ask somebody here is based on that, like this would be a professor, okay? That's all you would do. She's like, so then I guess, yeah, they must have gone there before around 9:30, before 10, because it took me about 20 minutes to do this assignment. Were you in the house alone? No. Kaylee was upstairs in her room. She was getting ready for the club. One of her AFI friends came over. I can't remember her name, but I met her a few times. She's super nice. They were upstairs hanging out and they were all getting ready. I got ready and I was like, okay, I'm going to go over. Nobody talks like this. Okay, I'm going to go over to Sigma Chi. Shit. Okay, I'm going over to Sigma Chi now. I'm announcing that. All right. She's like, I left. I turned this in. I got ready. So that means I probably left around 10:30. And this is where it would be like, we have her phone records. Because Moscow time is 10:30, Boise time. Okay. Detective Gooch says, what was the class assignment that you were turning in? It's Psychology 215. So easy right there. Did you have a deadline at midnight or something? Yeah, that's when I had, well, I guess I was supposed to turn it in on Friday, so I was trying to turn it in to get some credit. Yeah, some credit at least. So you think you left at, Dylan, 10:30. You do realize that Kennedy says that at 10:30, Bethany arrived at her house. Okay. And that Dylan came later. No, actually, it was the opposite way. That Dylan came first and that Bethany came later. Well, we'll see. Okay. Detective 10:30. Okay. Because I had to get ready. This is saying that obviously I turned this in at 10:12. I'm going to say around 10:30 is when I left. And this is what I'm trying to say, like, but none of these idiots got it, understood this. Like, look at your phone. Because then if we look at here, it's really obvious that it was at 9:12 because when you actually look at this, 8:59. Maddie calls Xana. That means they cannot be together, right? I mean, unless you're, hey, can you call my phone? I can't find it. They're just doing that the whole time. Maddie and Bethany leave King house to go to Peter's apartment. Dylan calls Maddie. 9:18. There you go. Look at Dylan takes 12 photos at 9:08 and 9:10. Then she turns in her assignment at 9:12. Then at 9:18, she's calling Maddie to see, like, hey, where are you guys? You know? Just so you guys can see that. Okay. Now, so again. So I'm going to say around 10:30 is when I left. You left. Who was in the house? Kaylee, I believe. And I know Kaylee was for sure. And I don't fully remember if her friend was still there. I'm pretty sure. What's her friend's name again? I don't remember her name. She's super nice. I mean, she's, again, an AP. So, like, I'm not, like, close with her, but I know of her. But she's super nice. I just can't remember her name. So my house to Sigma Chi is like a 2-minute walk. Exactly. Right across the street. Like, it's right from our house, pretty much across the street, up the little green hill. I guess you would know. As I was walking there, the White's apartment, like the parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, so right there, the steps. Yes, we understand. And I saw Maddie, and she was holding a box of White Claw. That's a very vivid memory, don't you think? Now, was this before or after you called her at 9:18? Okay, was this before or after the 9:18 call? And this is important because it's over the blood. I believe, and she was walking. I was like, oh, where are you going? Like, are you not staying? She goes, no, I'm going to go to the club with Kaylee. I was like, oh, okay, well, have fun. I don't know when they left. I didn't go home. I just went straight to Sigma Chi. Oh, no shit. But thank you for the play-by-play. So she remembers all of this fully. Okay. Real quick, the route you took to Sigma Chi, did you go down to King and Cross, or were you like taking the shortcut? You know, like those little stairs that's in between? Yeah. Okay, to the Whites, yeah. Tiny stairs. I walked down walked the Whites parking lot. Undercovers. So basically, Maddie saw Dylan talking to the undercovers. Okay. 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 So you came out your front. I'm assuming you came out the front door. Yes. Into the parking lot. Yes. Crossed Queen. Yes. Took the short little path. Yes. Between the whites and the blue apartments. Yes. To your left. What point of those were you ran into Maddie? Right when that parking lot, like that big blue dumpster, I'm also positive is where I met her. I met her. Now it's I met her. You know, not ran into. And now it makes sense when you say I met her because guess what? You called her at 9:18. Which makes sense because you did meet her. And I said, oh, like, what are you? I met her. And I was like, oh, like, this is a lie. I met her. And I was like, oh, what are you doing? Like, no. See how she has to have a story about this? Because it wasn't, that meetup was for something. And it was for a reason. She called Maddie for a reason to meet her. Because now she's using the word meet. Meet me at the mall, bitch. She said, I'm going to the club. So you were already down then? Yeah, I was down. Into the White's parking lot? The parking lot. Okay. Right where it ends. And that blue dumpster is where, okay, I saw her. All right. What's wrong, Blaker? What's the problem? All right. And now this is what's funny to them is because they're over here like, we know they think that she's lying because they know that Maddie is being seen on the corner club cameras at 10:15. You understand? That's why he's over here like, what the fuck is she talking about? She couldn't have seen Maddie. And it's like, yeah, because you motherfuckers aren't getting it. And it was 9:18, bitch. But this is the stupid. You guys don't even fucking know what you're doing. But that's why he was like, you're sure you saw her here. Because if you put the time together, Maddie would have been with Kaylee already at the corner club at 10:30. Bunch of fucks. And I'm just so sick and tired of dealing with fucks. Okay, I'm going to solve this case on my own. Don't worry about it. I got it. Just give me the material and I'll take care of it. And this is why he's like, okay, I saw her. All right. And then here, Detective Fuchs, was she headed home with the White Claws first? Why are they so all about these White Claws, right? Well, we know why, because they know the crime scene. Yes. She had the White Claws with her and she was walking home. And then I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones. Liar. Then she realizes why she's in a lie. Lies. Just so we're clear, do you guys know how White Claw comes? That's what I thought. Just go check out the packages. But I think she realizes with this question, why would Detective Gooch say, was she headed home with the White Claws first? Yes. I'd have been like, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming she went. I mean, she was going home to go get Kaylee and they were going to the club. So I'm assuming she was going home. Yes, she had the White Claws with her and she was walking home. And then I believe it was like one of those. And then I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones. Okay, sounds good, honey. We got that. That's right. Gooch says, and we're not here. Yeah, I know. We're not. She's talking about drinking. Yeah, I know that. So I go in Sigma Chi. $9:30 p.m. I go through there because they close their gates at a certain time, so you have to go through the front door. That's good to know. And get these wristbands. I go through the door. Now remember, it was each person had 2 wristbands. So who was her wristband? How did she get a wristband? Oh my God, I know how she got a wristband. She got it from fucking Maddie. Oh my God, Lana, you are a genius. Holy shit, that's why she had to meet Maddie, because she got fucking Maddie's wristbands, aka wristband. OMG, bomb, boom. That's why she had to leave, because she was not allowed there. And that's why she left. She got kicked out. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Woo, daddy. Come to Mama Bear. Fuck yes. Let's go. Let's fuck. Woo. I need a fucking drink. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Let's do this. All right, cheers. We're going to do this non-alcoholic drink. Okay. You guys like those guys? Sweep the leg, Johnny. Okay. Those are all collectors, man. Okay. Lana has an action figure on me. Okay, again, if you guys are just joining us, basically, I think we just figured out why Dylan called Maddie. Because right here, as I was pointing out, Dylan calls Maddie first at 9:18 because Maddie went over there, probably got, was somebody's got a wristband. Then she gave it to Dylan to have the wristband. Okay. And then here, this whole thing right here, it's like telling the story about, and we have to go to get these wristbands. And I say, well, how did she get a wristband? You have to be somebody's, it's like 2 people per, each person gets 2 wristbands. Like each member of Sigma Chi. Okay. And so, and you could say like, well, why wouldn't she tell anybody? Well, because I think that might have something to do with why she didn't stay there long. Why wouldn't she just say it? Absolutely, right? Well, if it has something to do with you getting kicked out, because she doesn't want to get the fraternity in trouble because she's underage. So the wristbands, I think, had to do with drinking. That's that's just said that you're over 21. She's not. Karen gives 20 Truth and Transparency memberships out. Boom. Okay. So. Now. I go through the door. I called Xana and Bethany and I was like, oh, what apartment are you at? Because they were at apartments beforehand and they go from before. So I go down there. Ethan's there. Boom. Ethan's there. Ethan's there. His triplet brother, Hunter. Mason, one of the freshmen, is there. Those are important. There's some girls in there I wouldn't know, but like I've seen before. They're all sorority and fraternity people. I'm with Xana and Bethany. I'm with Xana and Bethany. Bethany's friend Yessie is there with us as well. Gideon, which is my best friend Claire. She has a guy little named Gideon. What? Claire, wait. Okay, Gideon, which is my best friend Claire. She has a guy little named Gideon. Super nice guy. Met him a lot. Like, great friend. He was with us too. Who the fuck is Claire? Gideon, which is my best friend Claire. She has what? So is it her little boy? Like, her best friend Claire has a guy little named Gideon. Like, super nice, super friend. Been a friend my whole life. Claire Cirillo. I don't know. Dylan's a boss. Dylan's running the fucking game. Claire, who got the tattoo with Dylan? You know, Claire, come on, Lana. Just answer the question. Okay. Met him a lot. Like, great friend. He was with us too. Me and Gideon were kind of going in and out of the lodge, which is the main Sigma Chi place, and back to the apartment just to see how, like, it was going. Like, if it was going or not, which it really wasn't that night. I mean, there wasn't a lot of people, which is kind of a party. Okay. Detective Gooch says, was there a football game going on at the same time, though? Oh, I don't believe so. There was a late game that night. Oh my God, you want to know why she believes this? Because of Curtis Whitman. Oh my God, these liars. Oh my God. Another bomb. Just dropping bombs over here. Now it all makes sense. Oh boy. Oh, maybe there still was. I can't remember. So I think it started at 8. What? No, it started at 4. Wrong. Oh, it was a late game. I thought, I don't know. Sergeant Baker says it started at 4. Oh, yeah. She's like, I thought it was 4. Yeah. Oh, it's the Washington State game that was. Nope. Oh my God. Lana figured it out. Nope. They played at 12 noon. Oh my God. This is why Curtis Whitman. Oh my God. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. This is crazy. Oh, it was a Washington State game that was already done. Oh, it was. Yeah, I think that was. Yes. That's fine. Yeah. I just didn't know. Can't remember. Oh. What does she say here? Okay, Dylan Ward just says, so me and Gideon, obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around. Eventually, they go into Peter's room, Peter's apartment, which I think is I can't remember his apartment. 5, it's 4, I think. I can't fully remember. He's a really nice guy. Totally trust him. like a lot. They were hanging out in there. I remember Ethan was really worried about his sister Maisie because Maisie is a beta. They also had their formal that night. And so Maisie took Ethan, her triplet brother, as her date. He was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering her. Because she wasn't answering her? What? And apparently she had been calling Ethan. What? Ethan? This is Ethan? And I think Gooch is like, what? None of this is on the phone. Chapin? Yes. No, I know who you were talking about, but you were talking about Ethan calling his triplet? Yes. Maisie Chapin. 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 I can't remember how you say it. Chapin. 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 Apparently Maisie had been crying and she wasn't answering her phone. And he was just like texting her a lot, really worried. I ended up talking to Maisie after everything happened. And she was like, no, like I just fell asleep and I forgot to text. And the last thing he said was like, I love you. That's like way later. But so I remember that. And then I remember Detective Gooch says, did he say why she was upset? No, he didn't know why. He was really worried about her. He was very protective. Like he was like an older brother, like a big brother to me too. Oh. Like he was super protective of all of us. And then I believe it was me, Gideon, Yessie, and Bethany that went to the lodge. And I remember saying like, do you want to go to Allie's? Xana's best friends. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. We met Allie through Xana. She was, I guess she was at the house. What? She has 2 roommates. One of them I know, Kennedy. Kennedy was there. And they were just having, I think there was just like 5 or 6 people total at the house. And it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling Yessie, Bethany, and Gideon, like, do you want to go to Allie's? We just called it Allie's. They ended up staying. So me and Gideon ended up walking there. But isn't Gideon a guy? Because according to Kennedy, Dylan came with, I thought, a girl, but according to Dylan, let's do this. Where is this Gideon person being interviewed? It's like a 5-minute walk. So we go in there. It's obviously me, Gideon, Kennedy, Jenna, Claire, and Lake. Claire, I mean, Jenna's best friend, Ava. What? Ava wasn't out. Ava Woods? And then Jenna's twin, Zach. Oh, God, he was there? And then there was also Hayden. Oh, I believe. I'm also positive that was who was there. Again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage. Drinking game. So I don't know fully how much I had to drink. I obviously was probably drunk at this point, Detective Gooch. Prior to that point, how much had you had to drink up to the point that you don't remember how much you had to drink? So like after the nap, I had like 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers. I'm going to think, I'm pretty sure. Like what type? Like just White Claws. Oh, okay. Like the kind that Maddie had. Is that 8%? Those are 5%. Oh, those are 5. So you're doing the lower end? Yeah, that's what we usually would always drink. Oh, okay. So this, Robin, this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't to jam up Dylan. Were you doing anything else besides the alcohol? No. Me and Bethany never have. Zan and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing that they would ever do. Maddie would never, ever. Kaylee, I remember her talking about it once when she did Adderall. But that was it. I mean, Zan and Ethan were very smart. They were not like stupid with drugs at all. I remember all I heard about of them doing was Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and Bethany were never, like, we just never touched that stuff. You just did alcohol. Yeah. You just drank. Just drank. That's the only thing we do. So we're at Allie's or Kennedy's place. I was having a good time. My friend Lake, do you know what a Borg is? People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs. You pour alcohol, put vodka and whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk or whatever. Lake obviously had drinking a whole Borg. And she was very drunk. So look at this, guys. She wants to discredit anything that Lake could possibly say. Is like, we're discrediting her. Like, dude, she had a whole fucking Borg, girl. You don't even know what that is, Gooch. Let me tell you. So Lake obviously had drinking a whole Borg and was very drunk. And I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayden. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take Lake with me to go home and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know. So at a fraternity, they have bros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for the night so that they can drive people home. Okay. I told Hayden, I was like, hey, can you get us sobros so we don't have to walk? I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like she cannot walk very well. We get the Sobro. Jenna was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at Kennedy's, I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because me and Lake got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us. Oh my God. But like, I trust them because Hayden knew them. She's with the fucking undercovers. Shut up. I will die. Okay. I just trust them because, like, I trust Hayden. They were all part of Pi G. What? And they just are known to be like super nice. What? Super nice, trustworthy guys. We get home, just so you know, no car took them home unless this was way earlier because we have the data. What is this? Wait, you live in a party house and nobody smokes weed yet, right? I don't know them, but I trust them. This is a hot mess. This is crazy. Okay, guys, ready? Buckle up. I don't know where she. What? Wait. Okay. I don't know where she went exactly because me and Lake got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because Hayden knew them. I trust Hayden. They were all part of, the Fijis, and they just are known to be like super nice, trustworthy guys. We get home, no one is home. It just has to put that on the record. And now that is a lie, in my opinion. Lie. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday. Saturday, we were drinking, whatever. What time is this that you go home? Let me check again. I don't know if I have a photo. Huh. What do you call the freshmen that stay sober? Sobros? Gotcha. Sobros. Okay. Yeah, so it was definitely after 1. Now remember, she's in Boise doing this, so we're gonna have to go like this. It was definitely after 12. It was definitely after 12 because I have a video of Lake dancing at 1. Now, would that be 2? I mean, what is this? So I guess at first I thought it was like 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember. I'm going to say around 1:15, 1:30ish. And we just know that she's like, that could be wrong. That's on Sunday morning. And he's like, Blaker's like, do you know? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Do you know who the sober brother was who gave you the ride? No, but like I can text Hayden. He would know. Okay. So we get home. There's popcorn. So we get home. There's popcorn. I also make like just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lake. And I put Vampire Diaries on. What? So we get home. There's popcorn. What do you mean it's already out? I also make like just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lake. And I put Vampire Diaries on. I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later, Bethany came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't fully remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go in my bed. Lake ended up sobering up because she walked home. I told her she could get a ride. I told her she could get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I said, okay. Do you know what time that would have been? I don't know when she left. I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home. I don't know what time Lake and Bethany went to bed. I have no clue. What? I remember waking up somewhere around 2 or 2:30. What? Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin, like you can hear everything. So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club. I noticed they had Grub Truck. So it's just that the video that's going around, it's just them at Grub Truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from Grub Truck because they got mac and cheese. And then they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at. Oh, you got up and took a video? Exactly, Gooch. Exactly. Exact. This is exactly what she did. Like, oh, you got up and took a video? I went up. So pretty much I don't remember where Bethany was. But she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. What? Wait. Okay, so pretty much I don't remember where Bethany was. But she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a and that ends page 33. Like, that's where she's just like, okay. And Sarah's like, okay, we have enough of that. Now we're going to go to page 47 because it's like a new point she wants to make. And this point that she wants to make is, so you went to bed after that communication. Yes, after that communication at 3:15. And this is when they didn't know, like, what they're saying. It's saying 3:15 because they're looking at it in Boise time, but it's really 2:15. She says, I don't fully remember, but I think I was watching on my phone, watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know for sure if I was or wasn't. Again, I don't know if I locked my door. I had to have locked my door, but I don't know if I did. And I don't remember. I'm usually the one that locks the sliding door at night because Xana and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. They would get up. I don't know who locked it that night. I don't know if anyone else. I don't believe I locked it. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like, Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like, you walk home at night drunk by yourself or with one other girl. Like, that's just the norm. So I fell asleep. Usually when I am drunk, I fall asleep a lot better. Like, during the weekdays, I get a lot more scared about things. What? But on the weekends, because I have been intoxicated, I'm obviously drunk. I sleep a lot better, like a lot deeper. This is wild. I can never imagine speaking like this when I was 20 years old. Like, this can't be real life. I've never spoken like this in my life. I would say, do you suffer from anxiety? Yeah. Even before this, yes, I've always been like freaking out. What? I remember one time I thought my door handle was turned, but it wasn't. I was just freaking out. So I've had a lot of that. And I have talked to my therapist about this, but I have a lot of lucid dreams of being like kidnapped or chased. I could control what's happening, and I know I'm dreaming. So I have a lot of those kind of dreams. I'm always kind of freaked out about that stuff. What? did that happen even before this event? Oh, this has like been a huge thing. How old were you when those started? I would say I would say in high schoolish, I would say I've always just kind of had those. Like they never scared me because I knew I was dreaming. I was like, oh, it's just a dream. Like did you say you have control in the dreams? Yeah. Yeah. So my thing was, it's kind of weird. But my therapist said this is very normal. Like I knew I was dreaming. So like it would be like, oh, like someone's chasing me, someone's trying to kill me. What? I would just let it happen because I would wake up and I would be fine. I was like, okay, that was just a dream. Like it never scared me really when I had those dreams because I knew I was dreaming. What? I would just let them kill me in my dreams. You guys, I have no idea what we're reading right now. It's just like, it seems like she's going to say like, I must have done all of this in my dreams. And I thought that these people were trying to kill me. And this is crazy. I cannot believe that you're listening to this and you're not like, oh my God, like maybe this is all like a dream that she did this in her dreams. So, did you ever have anxiety medication? No. Then you don't have anxiety. No. Nothing? I mean, I didn't have like anxiety. What? It was just kind of like I always kind of had the worst situation in my mind. But it wasn't like it didn't really like it didn't affect my life. But it was just like at night it's because I watch Criminal. Oh my God. What the fuck? It's because I watch Criminal Minds. I would fall asleep to crime podcasts. I know she watches and listens to Truth and Transparency. Hi, Dylan. I would fall asleep to crime podcasts. I don't know why. We all do that. I do that. Then Gooch says, so it planted a seed? Yes. What? What does planted a seed mean? You don't have prior trauma, do you? No. I mean, you don't. No, nothing like that. Like I have divorced parents, but nothing of crime or trauma, anything like that. So those movies they rent space in your head? Yeah, obviously. I loved gory movies. Oh my God. Dude, people that are usually like scaredy cats, like really easily, aren't about gory movies. This is crazy. I don't know why. I just love the adrenaline, that kind of stuff. And it probably messed up my brain a little bit at night. Oh my God. I just remember. Oh. I just remember. So I remember waking up around 4:20. I have texts from me and Kaylee at 4. What? What? I mean, just text from me to her at 4:20. Text? Let me make sure. Wait, what? She has text with her and Kaylee at 4? No, you don't. Gooch says, well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume? Because look at, oh my God, she derails it right when we're going here. This is bullshit. We're on our path. This is crazy. You guys, what do you think about this? As someone with a master's in forensic psychology, this is concerning information. Yeah, absolutely. With somebody without that, okay. I listen to Lana while I'm falling asleep every night. Thank you. That actually gives me I'm proud of that. Because you know how there's some people like you're like, I can't listen to their voice. Like, oh my God, just nails on a chalkboard. Wow, it sounds like a textbook case. It sounds like this is like these two universities didn't want to get sued out their asses, is what it sounds like to me. I don't know. Okay, I'm like, what the heck? And this is context, and this is what Moscow Police Department in the city of Moscow wants to remove from the story. And this is like super important. BPD, says somebody. She's totally hooking up with a cop who did it all with her. I know. I was trying to find if there was any connection between Dylan Mortensen and Brian Kohlberger. I hate that there are a few creators I just can't listen to. Their voice makes me want to cover my ears. I think we have as a suspect. Yuri, how you been, buddy? What's up? Allie Tally, see you in here. I see all the lovely mods. Look at them sexy blue ribbons, I call them. Allie Tally, 1020 here. Hit that thumb and make yourselves known. Lana doing what she does best. This is, you guys, this is when you want to talk about context and the evidence, and I mean, this is wild. Okay. So yes, there was like 3 White Claws at Sigma Chi. Going to Allie's house, I had some of Lake's Borg, obviously Rage Cage. I don't know what they put in it. I don't believe it's hard alcohol. Yeah, it is. I think it was just seltzers. I'm pretty sure it was just seltzers. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol. It's called Rage Cage. Yes. It's just a drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Lake's Borg, which obviously has like vodka. What? That's hard alcohol. Oh my God. It doesn't have like hard alcohol in it. It's just like it has vodka. Like what? I would say like, okay, I don't know how much I drank, but obviously some of that. And then I would say I probably had like 2 or 3 more drinks, maybe a few more. And what were they? Oh, also White Claws. Okay, yeah. And where were they at home? What do you mean? Did you drink them at home? I think this was at Allie's house. Okay, did you drink anything at home? No. So you drink everywhere except home. Okay. And once we left Allie's house, it stopped. So around 2. Basically, wait. Okay. It says so around 2:00, basically, based off of what you told us. I think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again because I know the last video I have, she says, is at Allie's house. Wait, because I know the last video I have is at Allie's house was Lake dancing at, let me look at that again. Oh God, that was at 12:57. Hold on. Interesting. could potentially be 11:57. So I would say 1:15, 1:30 I left, just basing off these videos that I have. So we got, just basing off these videos. So we got back sober home, obviously. Oh my God, she's saying that she's only knowing this because of these videos. So we got back sober home, obviously. What we watched, Vampire Diaries, had popcorn. Maddie, no more alcohol, no more alcohol. So then I guess I told you that the rest of that part. So you're on your bed, you said. So we interrupted you. So you awakened at 4, somewhere between 4 and 4:20. Oh yeah, let me. I have text. Everything's in the text. So I have text that I texted Kaylee. So on my phone, it says 5:22 because the time changed, but Moscow's an hour behind. So it's 4:22 in Moscow. See how she knows this here? But she wouldn't know this right here. I guess will that change also my Snapchat video times? She says yes. And then he says it might. Oh, so then all this would be an hour behind. That's kind of messed up everything. Sorry. Then I guess everything would be an hour behind. It'd be an hour forward. God. Okay. But on your phone, now you're saying at 4:22 you texted Kaylee. Yeah. The first time. But now since we're in Boise, it changed to 5:22. I don't really know why. But we're an hour ahead. Yeah, an hour ahead. And I made sure because I sent a screenshot to my mom that had my time. And it showed my mom's time. It obviously switched over because of Boise time. Sorry, that really confused me. Yeah, so what she did was that she slid her phone. You know, if you go like this, let's just pick a random. Fucking stupid. If you go like this and you slide over, and then you take a screenshot like that. That's how you would have to do it. Okay, so you did a. Okay. Okay. When did you text her? I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Presents me. She doesn't say, when did you text her? She says, why did you ask that? Because so I'll start from there. 4 a.m. around 4:20. I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I woke up out of nowhere. I heard her playing music. Now the first time that we hear music, right? Actually saying the word music. How do you know it was her though? I guess I should ask that. I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice. And she was probably singing. I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said, someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee. So pretty much walked up the stairs, normal. Wasn't weird or anything. And I was okay, I can go back to bed. Now I can go back to bed? See how this is going back to bed? This was that she could go to bed. Now this is the first time we're seeing go back to bed. And before it was I could go to bed. So she shouted out to you, somebody's here. Not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake. That's interesting. I don't know if she knew. But so we walked up the stairs with Murphy. Wait, what? But so we walked up the stairs with Murphy. Oh my God. Whoa. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is when this is how you get people to mess up their stories. The we is her and Kaylee. Like I said, at 2:51. So we walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs. She could say they, just by how many like stomps there was. Are you serious right now? And she said someone was here frantically, but it wasn't a yell, because I know for a fact it wasn't like a yell or a shout, because Bethany did not hear. I know for a fact that get out of here. This is how she knows it. This is story time. This is her deductive reasoning skills. And from what I heard, it's like between talking and yelling. Like it wasn't yelling, it was between there. Again, I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like I don't know if my mind was like going or doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like half of this stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But in that moment of what I think I heard was her saying someone was here. Again, I think it was more like between talking and yelling. I don't know for sure. From what I remember, I think she like ran down the stairs pretty fast and it just stopped. Okay, that tells me that the person ran from upstairs, like they went upstairs and checked it out and saw, and then ran out of the house and left. The person that checked on everybody ran. Holy shit. This is actually proof that somebody checked on some, like everything, and then ran out of the house. For fuck's sake. That's when I texted her, I believe. Is like, I just kind of like, what in the world? Like, what is this? What? Like, doesn't make sense. And I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow ever. So then, did Kaylee sound stressed? Yes, kind of, I think. I don't know for sure. What was Murphy doing? Was he barking? You're not supposed to do that. I think he was barking. Again, I don't remember fully. I think he was barking. Is Murphy a barker? Does Murphy bark at strangers? We don't get a lot of strangers. What? You guys have people dogs all the time. So I don't know. I think so. What would make Murphy bark? What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark? He just wasn't really much of a barker. But you heard him barking. You think, or yeah, I think so. From what I think I heard. Can I step back a second? Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this, because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you go to a therapist or you have gone to a therapist, but the only thing that you described that's ever happened to you, that if it is traumatic when your parents divorce, she's probably wondering, why are you going to see a therapist? Yeah. Are you going to a therapist because of the divorce or because of other things? You talking about right now? Before? No, prior to this. So like, obviously I have a therapist right now for this. What? You guys understand this is the 17th? But in the past, I did go to a therapist like once or twice. Because of divorced parents. And that was it. I never had therapy for anything else. You only just went like once or twice, but yet you're telling them about these lucid dreams? So you weren't under any treatment for counseling. No. So we have nothing like that. No. So you don't have any mental health issues? No. That predicates this? Yeah, no. Other than sadness over I've never had divorce, the sadness over the divorce. Like, obviously, yes, I've probably been sad about my parents being divorced, some stuff going through that, but nothing like mentally anything. I've never had counseling for it. Yes, I went to therapy, like, remember, like 2 or 3 times. Before it was 1 or 2, now it's 2 or 3 times. And then we just never went. I didn't really feel like going again. Didn't really seem like I needed it. So, and you worked through whatever issues presented at the time during the divorce? Yeah. On your own? Yeah. Sounds like with a little assistance, but for the most part on your own? Yeah. So you heard Murphy's barking before. I mean, like, so when in the backyard there's dogs out there, boom. Thank you, bitches, sit down. I don't think he normally barked at people. He barks at dogs. I love it. Again, this is amazing for what I've been saying. Exactly, Dylan. He's barking at fucking dogs. He barked at Molly's dog. He doesn't bark. You guys, I don't think he normally barked at people. He only barks at dogs. Molly's fucking dog. Oh, there you have it. Solve the case. Wow. Again, I don't remember fully. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing over here. She says, I'm just guessing off of what I think, but I remember hearing barking when Kaylee said that, and I just something about her running down the stairs really fast because how fast she was stomping, I think. Stomping. And guess what now that was? At 2:51 a.m. You could hear that? Yeah. From what I don't know if it's real or if my mind's just drunk and awake. I don't know really. Well, that's important for us. So yeah, we can't tell you whether or not that was reality or, yeah, I mean, I have no clue. I keep trying to remember, but I don't know what's real and what's not. Pretty much from that night. And it's kind of frustrating not knowing at all. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. They blacked this out. You guys know this, right? Because we didn't ever heard this before. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. I mean, I guess I could look on Sunday from my phone. What? Look at Moscow PD taking this shit the fuck out of there. That is disgusting. Fuck you people. Absolutely bullshit. This is what they kept this out. I've gone over this shit so many times. This was out. This was redacted. How could this be redacted? That is over redaction. This is proof. And if EWU doesn't use this shit, then they're dumb as fuck. EWU, go get lawyers and don't have the right evidence. By the way, guys, this is my balls, and this is my little peeps. And this is my balls right here. Look at that. This is ridiculous. And then here's why wouldn't Detective, well, Gooch knows that they already have her phone. So, but she should want to know, like, was this at the time you heard Kaylee running? Yes. That's important. So when you're calling people, you're hearing Kaylee running. Yes. Okay. And guess what, though? It wasn't Kaylee, right? Because they show that Kaylee's phone isn't moving at all. This is why they didn't get into Kaylee's phone. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me look from Sunday. What's Kaylee saying? She just said someone's here, and then nothing else, from what I remember, Sergeant Blaker. But it sounded like you heard her say someone's here, then heard the frantic yelling. No, Blaker, shut the fuck up. Where is all this stuff? Was all of this taken out? Yes, that's what I think I remember. Okay, so could tell that? So like she walked. She was wearing shoes or not wearing shoes? I think she was wearing, because all the girls, and this is the part that I know I've heard before, all the girls like wear those Doc Martens, whatever. I think it was those. Again, I have no clue. Ridiculous. Okay. But I'm pretty sure it was shoes because of how loud it was. Again, I don't know for sure. From looking at my phone, okay, so I called Bethany at 4:19. Nope. Look at her still lying. Which I didn't know. She didn't know that she called Bethany, but you didn't call Bethany. She's like, so I called Bethany at 4:19 a.m., which I didn't know. I guess I had called Bethany before I texted Kaylee. And I think that's when she said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that. Like someone threw fireworks in our house because she heard like I don't know what she heard, and something about like a light. I guess you talked to her? What? Talking to Blaker. Haha. I don't fully know. I didn't understand it. I was out of it, obviously. And see, this is what ruins it all. Is that so I called Bethany at 419. No. Bethany called her. And that's why none of this is all lies from everything Dylan is saying is this is what happened way earlier. I don't fully know. I don't understand it. I was out of it, obviously. Probably still tipsy and just woke up. Probably still tipsy and just woke up. No. $3:51 a.m. Nope. I thought she meant someone threw fireworks in our house, which didn't make any sense. So after that, I called Xana, boom, at 4:20. And then next I called Kaylee as well at 4:20. And what, did you leave a message or anything? Thank you. No, how would she know that she didn't? I'd have been like, I don't know. I don't remember. Got her. See, when you're asking a question when someone's telling a story and you interject, this is when you can realize that they're lying. She knows that she didn't leave a message because but she wasn't prepared to answer that, so she just answered that. This is huge. That's everything right there. Lies. Lies. You'd be like, I have no idea. I don't remember. No. And then I called Bethany again at 4:20. I don't really know why. What? She doesn't know why she said she called because she's like, no one's answering. Do you see how this is crazy? I don't really know why. And I called Maddie at 4:21, then Maddie at 4. I mean, then Maddie at 4. She meant to say because she was in the middle of it. 4. I would love to hear how that sounds. Okay. And then Kaylee at 4:27. So you never left your room? So after I heard Kaylee say that, what I can think I can remember is I opened the door and I do remember looking up the stairs and then looking to the side. And I could kind of see the living room, but not fully. And I just remember seeing nothing. So I shut the door and locked it because I was freaking out. That's different. Right here is different. I didn't know if there was I didn't know if there was a guy there. Why would she even think that? This is crazy. I didn't know if anybody was there or not. I don't know. She catches herself. These cops suck dick. I love it. I love it for them. How embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. All these people should be fired. This is pathetic. This is embarrassing. It's all going to come out in the WSU lawsuit. Trust me, Moscow was going to say, listen, we'll pay half of it. We'll pay half. You have to settle out with these people. We'll pay half of it. Half of it. You guys can pay all of it. Okay, we'll pay all of it. Daddy Green's figuring it out right now. That's what's happening here. I opened the door again. And again, I don't know if this was real or if it was my mind just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard was someone was crying in the bathroom. And I think it was Kaylee, but I don't know. I couldn't tell. And I was just, which bathroom? The one me and Xana share on the second floor. See how she said me and Xana share? This is even more proof that the first floor bathroom is first floor bathroom is Bethany's. So the second time you open your door, yes. And again, I don't know for sure if it was in the bathroom, just like what I think happened from what I think I heard and all that. And then from after the crying, I think I heard someone like this guy's voice I never heard in my life. The voice I never heard in my life. Like, I've never heard that voice in my life. That is a sell. Just saying like, no, like, it's okay. I'm going to help you. But it was in this nice way, but it wasn't in this nice way. It was like a weird, creepy way from what I think I remember. And again, I don't know anything for sure. I think I called out for Kaylee and Xana because it was like the second floor. And I was just like, Kaylee, Xana. And so if someone was there, they would have heard me. And I don't know. Detective Gooch. So when you heard his voice, where would he have been when you heard it? I think the bathroom. I don't know for sure. It could have been, it just seemed too distant from the living room. So I just, in my mind, I think in my mind just suggested, okay, bathroom. That's what I think I hear. I think it's about the bathroom. And what was it again he said? I'm sorry. He said, no. He said, it's okay. I'm going to help you. I think that's what he said. Again, everything kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember. Was it directed at you? Was it directed at you? No, I think. If she's like, no. I think what he was, and then that stops. And then we jump to page 68. This is for Anne's third exhibit. No, well, I guess I shouldn't say no. I don't know for sure, but from what, do you remember if Murphy was barking? I don't think so. What? I don't think so. Now Murphy's not barking? What? I think he was only barking when Kaylee said something. And then I think he left the house. What? When sounds get more distant and you can hear them getting more distant, that's what I thought I heard. And I think he went out of the house, out the back door, which means that door, I think it would have been open. Is he a very skittish dog? I mean, he's a puppy. I don't know if I would say skittish. I mean, is he easy to scare? I don't think so. I don't really know for sure. I mean, I only met him in August. Oh, Dylan, I love that. I only met the dog in August. I only met him in August. He's just a new thing to me. So I wouldn't know him a ton. I guess you could say, he's still like a puppy. I just met him. I'm sorry. You guys, I'm sorry. I have to go back because we recorded this. Wait, what? I have to go back because we recorded this. Yeah. When you say he left the house, you're talking about the dog. The dog, not the Murphy, not the subject that was in the house. From what I thought and from how I could hear him barking, I thought he had left the house. versus that you went into a bedroom that was downstairs. Is that why it's further away? Okay. And was that the second time or the first time? Because the first time it happened when you opened your door. See, Detective Gooch, okay, she's paying attention. Okay. She says, first time was when I thought, I guess when I opened the door, I think like I just looked around. I didn't hear any barking. What? And then here you go. This blows up that I didn't hear any barking. And then I closed the door. This is all just lies. And they just keep catching her. And then I closed the door. And then that's when I think I could tell barking. I mean, Murphy was barking like out, like leaving, I guess. I don't know. I don't really understand it. My mind's like, things are just almost like in this place, I guess. Because you've been through a lot, Detective Gooch says. Dylan says, yeah. A lot of trauma. It just doesn't make sense. Right. Like none of it makes sense at all. Like I feel like there's missing pieces that I don't understand why. Could it be the alcohol as well? Yeah, that's what I thought. So after the crying and the guy's voice, I shut the door again. I locked it. I kept opening and locking it. Did you continue to call? I don't know. So like I can see I called Keely at 4:27 a.m. and then I called Zan at 4:28. So I don't know when those calls were between opening and locking the door from those 3 times, because I think I opened the door 3 times and then shut it 3 times. So I don't know when those calls were in between. I thought maybe I called Bethany the first or second time, but then I don't know. It could be before I opened the door. I just don't know. Oh my God. I think this was taken out too, because these calls here, according to the state, she's in Bethany's room at this time. Okay. And that's what's amazing here is that she does that. That's not even like registering to her. And so what that means is like you didn't make any calls when you were down in Bethany's room. Were you processing any danger? No, she wasn't. I was so scared. What? It was just like, I mean, obviously I was scared because I was like, why is there someone in the house? But like when I thought about it, I was just like, I mean, we had parties here a lot. People come in and out all the time. It's normal for people to come in like with other people. Like that's not weird. But I mean, I just didn't understand like what was going on. Like it didn't make sense to me at all. Like I never would have thought, oh, like intruder, murderer. What? Oh, like intruder, murderer. God. Like that never crossed my mind once. That's why I don't understand. Well, that's what tells me that you're lying. You understand? That's what tells me that you're lying. You want to know why? Because if you didn't think that was possible, then you would have just been out in your room. You would have walked upstairs. You'd walk downstairs. You would have walked into all of these rooms and just, So I want to take it from the first time I heard this story, the perspective I had. Not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant. Oh, yeah, that asshole. Blaker. Go ahead. She's like, I thought this is why it's important that the offender was talking to you No. That you're going to be okay. No. It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom. Sorry if that got mixed up, but like, no, you're not. And this is Blaker. This is Gooch's way, okay, of saying, look at you fucking idiots, in like, to Blaker, but without saying it. Sergeant Blaker says, you're fine. Look at him. Cuck. Dylan says, yeah. This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking to? I think it was Kaylee. And I think the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom. See, that's important. But do you see my perspective? Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. That means he knows you and he wants to protect you. And that would be important for us as investigators to know, basically. And that would be important for his investigation. That makes more sense. So obviously I locked the door that second time. I don't remember. I don't know who I called before or after, whatever. She's like, it's on your phone though. Yeah, it's on my phone. And so did you ever call anyone outside the house? No. It didn't cross my mind. Boom. That's dumb as fuck. Then why did you call Hunter and Emily? Dumb as fuck. No, it didn't cross my mind. I was just calling my roommates. You know, it's like you don't call your boyfriend. Get out of here. It's like my closest friends who I trust. I thought you trust all these people. Who I trust. What? So she does have trust problems. I called Ethan at one point. I mean, let me go on Snap. See, she called him from Snap. And now we're talking about cheating. I don't know if it's still there or not. Why wouldn't it be? If it is, can you take a screenshot of it so we don't lose it? Yes. And anybody and nobody's answering the phone. What about Bethany? Well, you didn't ask about Ethan. Like, let her look it up and like, wait, ask her about Ethan. What the fuck? She answered the phone. Bethany answered. And what did she say? I don't remember when I called her. What? I don't know at all. I have the text, but I just remember her saying about firework. What? Do you understand how crazy that is for me? She doesn't remember that conversation at all. And that's why it's like, did you just call her phone and just so you could have it on your device? Like what the hell are they doing? This is crazy. I don't remember what you just talked about. I don't remember when I called her. I don't know at all. I have the text, but I just remember her saying about firework. And firecracker, fireworks. That's all I remember. I don't remember what I said to her. Oh my God. And it just says Sunday, Ethan couldn't talk. Do you want me to screenshot still? Yeah, says Blaker. Okay, where is that? Timeline is, there's no time on it. No time on it. I don't really know why. What? We need to know more about that. Is that your Snapchat? Yeah. That was through Snapchat because I don't have his number. But the reason I called Ethan is because like now here she has to give a story about why she had to call Ethan. Why are you doing this? She's getting in front of something. What's the problem? Yeah, that was through Snapchat because I don't have his number. But the reason I called Ethan is because like Ethan is the one that we trusted. What? You would have called him because he's staying at your house and hey, like what's going on? Do you hear that noise? You know what I mean? Like where are you? It was like if Ethan then we're staying because me and Bethany were always freaked. Oh, it was like if Ethan's here, then we're staying because me and Bethany were always freaked out at that house. You see this? Her and Bethany were always freaked out at that house. What? She says at that house, not like at our home. Dude, this is crazy. This is like nothing you've ever seen before. Oh man. Oh man. Alley Tally. 5 to the transparency memberships. We have a lot of new members joining. Look at you guys. This is crazy. It's just really super nice. I got super nice mods. Super, super nice mods, members, everybody. Bethany has never said anything like that. This would be her house, you guys. But why cover up for Dylan? Why? Because if she's a CI, you cover for CIs all the time. Because otherwise it's like why people would get killed. Freaked out at that house. Not our home, but at that house. Like someone was going to, I don't know. Me and Bethany are always kind of freaked out by that stuff. And we'd hear Ethan and be like, okay, Ethan's here. Like we're safe. Doesn't matter. You know, he's 6'3", big guy. Like we're safe. That's why I called him. But he obviously, what do you mean he obviously? That isn't obvious. But he obviously didn't answer. And I thought maybe he's still at Sigma Chi or he was at home. I don't know. What? She then messes up. Then she realizes that she may have messed up there. Do you think that was somewhere between 420 and 427? I have no clue. Well, Gooch, what is it? What do you have? And then remember that 420. I have no clue. Okay. I don't have any memory really. I don't have any memory. Do you understand that? So obviously after I heard what I think I crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to Kaylee, I opened the door again and is that the third time? What? Yes. This is the third time. Is that the third time? Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone. What? And I don't know how I knew it was someone because it was from my mind. It's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. What? Like it was so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure. She saw a silhouette. This is like Holly Bobo. Oh my god, this is Holly Bobo all over again. But it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had this ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see all I remember is seeing their eyebrows. Oh my god. I'm seeing their eyebrows. Oh my god. No. And I don't know what their eyes look like, but I remember the eyebrows. She says the exact opposite to Maori. I don't remember what the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I can think about. And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes me which makes absolutely no sense. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he be holding a mini vacuum? Like I just remember thinking that. It made you think he was a male. It made you think he was a male. What? Like I just remember thinking that. Oh wait, she says, why would he be holding it? Oh, look at that. Usually women have vacuums. Look at this. Why would he be holding a mini vacuum? And she says, it made you think he was a male. Boom. Good job there, Victoria Gooch. Yes, because of the voice I heard. I don't think he was female at all. At all. Versus saying, oh my God, I don't know. And from what I remember, he was like, from looking at him, was like the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe a few inches taller. That's how I knew. That's how I knew it was a guy. Oh my God. And when I got interviewed the first and second time, they were like, what was the shape? And I remember saying, like, from what that moment of seeing him, I think he was like he wasn't saying he wasn't like muscular, blah, 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 blah. How tall? I would think maybe around my height, maybe a few inches taller. And how tall are you? I'm 5'10". So I would think he could have been around 5'10", 6 foot, somewhere around there. Where is he at in the house when you first encounter him? So my room, so it's like, say it's like right here. There's like this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, like I have the kitchen, other side's living room. I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. What the fuck? What the fuck, Tina? I mean, he had to, if it is like, if I did see this, if I did like, it's all real and it's not like my imagination dream, like if it is real, let's just say that it is for somehow, he had to have heard me call for Kaylee and Xana when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom from what I think I heard. She wants to move away really quickly to how this is all a big fucking mess right here. Walk past you. How many feet away is he from you? I would say about 3 feet. This totally crushes the state's narrative because if one person's the target and other people just happen to get taken out, Dylan would have been taken out. 3 feet from what I remember. Again, that would be off. That could be off because I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully, but I remember like what I think I remember was like this item. And it was like what I explained was like it looked like this, like cylinder like thing that was skinny, like this, like about this long. And then it went like a triangle almost at the end. I remember one of the cops saying like a bow or something. I can't remember something about that. And it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff. A bow and arrow. That's the other weapon. This is something only the killer would know. there was another weapon in the K bar. Detective Gooch, where was it at when he was holding it? Where was it? I don't know. How do you not know? I don't know. I think it was lower or could have been higher, but like, see, when asking these specific things, this is when you're just like, dude, she does not know. She is making this shit up. But it's in his hands. Yeah. Like, why are you speaking? Let her struggle through this. Yeah. When I remembered it, it was like when I saw him, I thought firefighter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, because of what Bethany said, firecrackers. So I was like, okay, firefighter. What? Then that means Bethany had to say that to you on the phone. So maybe he's like holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this, fire didn't even like occur to me. What? Like, it's a bad thing. Like, I never thought, oh, fire. We have to get out. Like, do you understand? Like, it's exactly, if there's a fire, you have to get out of the house. That didn't occur to me at all. I just thought fire by like, he's going to help us out. And it wasn't like, it was like, oh, there's an intruder. Like, this is bad. Like, it didn't even ever occur to me. I don't know why. And I know he looked at me because I see his eyebrows. And I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him. Like, what I think I saw was he was walking out. Now he's walking out. And he saw me, but just kept walking. Like, he didn't stop. He didn't like say anything to me. And I just remember saying, no, no, no. And I slammed the door and locked it. And that was like all I remember. And I don't know if he actually went out the back door. That's what I think happened. That's what I think happened. So is that the sliding door? That sliding door, I don't know for sure. That's just what I think I saw in my mind. What did you do? So maybe there's something on your phone that you did immediately afterwards in relation to what you saw. I'm looking at text between me and Bethany real quick. Did he not say anything to you? God, why do you do that to her every time she wants to look at something? Now this jumps to, and this is where I'm going to end. This jumps to 105. So this is exhibit 4. And so okay, so I'm gonna go like this, And I want to show you, this is the interview that we don't have our hands on yet. Okay. This is direct examination. This is the grand jury proceedings. Think of from juror 15, because we didn't want you to just walk away from this crime scene. When you left, were there already other officers on scene? Yes or yes. How many officers? I don't. There were at least 6 or 7. It would have been. It was getting. Oh, here we go. Direct examination, Dylan Mortensen. We'll go over here. That was Mr. Thompson. Okay. This is Jennings. Dylan, will you state your name and spell out for your last? Dylan. Dylan, how old are you? 19. Where do you live? Boise, Idaho. She was 19 at the time. When was her birthday? Where do you live? Boise. Okay. How long have you lived in Boise? Since I was 6. Okay. Have you ever lived anywhere else in Boise? Salt Lake City, Utah. Oh, wow. That's interesting. What about since you've been 6? Have you lived anywhere else? Moscow. Okay. Did you live in Moscow my freshman year? So August 20th, 2021, I believe. Okay. Up until when? November of 2022. Okay. Why did you leave? Why did you live in Moscow? Because I went to school there at the University of Idaho. Okay. What was your major? When I first started, it was in environmental science, and then I switched to pre-physical therapy. Okay. And what was your last year? What were you when you first semester of my sophomore year? Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as a state's exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this image? Yeah. What is it? It was my house first semester sophomore year. Okay, do you know the address? 1112 King Road. Okay, and how long did you live at the residence? August of 2022 to November of 2022. Okay, and who else lived with you? Oh, what? Well. Okay, do you remember what you talked about? 24 seconds. Okay, do you remember what we talked about? No. Probably just like what is going on. Usually when we were scared, we would call each other because we would know, because we were known as the scaredy cats of the house. We got scared of everything. Okay. And we always knew if one of us was scared, the other one would probably be up. So I called her. What? What? Dylan didn't call her. So I called her. Look at these people. So I called her. Oh, false. False. How did this fucking happen? How can you do this to the grand jury? That is false. Bethany called her, god damn it. Okay, and then what did you do next? Well, and then I called Xana at 420. Okay. Do you remember if she answered? I believe she did not. What? Oh my God. What? I believe? Oh my God, there's a chance that Xana could have answered? Holy fucking shit, I'm going to lose it. Oh my God, I'm about to throw up. Oh my God. Oh my God. I believe she did not. Okay. And then who did you call? Kaylee. Okay. And did you know if she answered? I don't believe she did. What? I don't believe she did. Okay. And then who did you call? Bethany again. And at what time? At 4:20. Okay. And did you talk to Bethany? Uh-huh. Huh? Did you talk to Bethany? Yeah. She says, huh? Yeah. Okay. And do you remember what you talked about? No, I don't really remember that fully. Okay. And then what did you do? And then I called Maddie Mogan. Okay. And what time? 4:21. Okay. And do you remember if she answered? I don't believe she did. Okay, okay. And then what does this next box represent? I was texting with Bethany. Are you serious? This is how they testified? Okay. And what did you text Bethany? Oh my God, this is crazy. I said no one is answering. What time was that? What time was this then? 4:22. Okay. And next, I texted her again at 4:22. I'm really confused right now. Okay. We were confused because Bethany called you. Okay. And then what did you do? I texted Kaylee at 4:22. Kaylee. Okay. And why did you do that? I think I just texted her name saying like usually because when you text someone's name, they respond like what? Like what's going on? Like what? You know? Huh? Uh-huh. And did she respond? No. No. So, but she doesn't believe the other ones, but here's a no. Okay, then what did you do? I texted her again at 4:22 and I said, "What's going on?" Okay. And do you remember why you said that? Because of what I had heard her saying. Uh-huh. I was just confused and wanted to know what in the world is going on. What? Okay. And do you remember what was going on in your bedroom at that time? What? What was going on in your bedroom at that time? After I'd opened the door the first time, I had closed it and locked it, and then I remember just like staring at my door, blanking out. Did not know what was going on, and then I reopened it again. Oh my God. Okay. And at that time, I heard someone crying in the bathroom. At the time, I believe it was Kaylee. I don't know if it was Kaylee for sure or not, but at the time, I believe it was her. And then I heard a man's voice say, "No, it's okay. I'm going to help you." And I didn't know who the man's voice was. So you did not recognize that voice? No. And it was a very like eerie way of saying it. It wasn't like, "Okay, I'm going to help you right now, like calm down." It was like creepy from what I knew. Creepy. Okay. And then what do you remember happening? I am pretty sure I yelled out to Kaylee and Xana. I think I yelled out Xana because I believe the crying and the man's voice was coming from the bathroom. So I believe I yelled out Kaylee and Xana's names a few times. Okay. Now, which bathroom did you think it was coming from? The second floor bathroom on mine and Xana's floor next to Xana's room. Then what do you remember happening? I remember I closed the door again and locked it. Okay. And then at some point I opened it again. Okay. I saw a figure in all black. Which I believe was a person. And I knew, like, yeah, what? What is this shit? These are the grand jury. And I believe it was a person. Like, yeah. Okay, describe what this person looked like. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. Knew it was a male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. What's your height? 5'10". Okay. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny. and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like the basketball tone lean build. Okay. And what was this person wearing? There was like, from what I think I remember, it was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not, it just like covered like the head and then maybe up to like the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it was covered just the chin, the mouth, or the nose or lower. Okay. And what color was it? Black. Okay. What about the rest of the attire? Do you remember? I believe just all black. Okay. And now from that part that you would see, do you remember anything? Well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't really remember seeing anything else. Just something about a bushy eyebrow. Okay, were they carrying anything? They were holding something that I called a mini vacuum. I don't know what that is, but it looked like it was like the cylinder thing. I don't know how long it was. And then it went out and in almost like a triangle. And it could have been black, silver. I don't know. That's the first time she ever says that. Black and silver, like a. Honestly, I don't know what it was at all. I just remember seeing he was holding something. Okay, now I'm going to put up States Exhibit number 7. So show me on this diagram where you were standing. So I was standing in my door in my room, and it was just by my head peeking out. Oh boy. And that's impossible. Boom. Wow. Lies. Unfucking believable. Okay, now show me where you saw this figure around this area right here, pointing. So right at the bottom of the stairs. What? What stairs? So right at the bottom of the stairs, like right in front of her? Like where her head is? Wait, what? So right at the bottom of the stairs? Yeah, somewhere, maybe a little bit more like around here, somewhere in that area. What? Okay, did you make eye contact? No, we were hugging each other. Did you make eye contact with this person? I don't remember his eyes. I don't know for sure if we made eye contact or not. What? But I remember he didn't say anything to me and he didn't move a step close to me, which I find very weird. Okay. And could you tell what direction this person is moving? I believe he was going out the sliding window. What? The sliding window. But I don't fully, like, I can't say I know he went out there because I did not really see it, but I believe he had gone out that way. Oh my God. Okay. So can you point the direction they were traveling? Like this way. Okay. And you saying sliding window, do you mean sliding door? Sliding door, yes. Okay. And can you show me where that's at? Right here, I believe, pointing. Okay, what did you do after you saw this person? I remember saying, no, no, no. Slammed my door and locked it. And I believe at some point when I called Bethany, I said something about firecracker, something. What? Oh my God. Wait a second. What? Oh my God. They just let all these lies in. Why would she be saying this? And I believe at some point when I called, that means you called Bethany. She's trying to say that this happened and she called Bethany after the fact, after he walked out the door. Do you guys see that? It's just, I use those, like none of it's so out of order. It's so, this is ridiculous. firecracker, something. I use those words interchangeably. Oh my god. Oh my god. So my first thought was something about a firefighter. Don't know why. Wasn't scared about a fire. I think I was just confused. Honestly, don't even know. Oh my god, what is going on? This is what went down at the fucking grand jury? Oh my god, shame on you, Idaho. Oh my god, what is happening? This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh shit. Oh my goodness. This is perjury like a motherfucker. Yeah, this is sick. Bill Thompson, you sick son of a bitch. This is disgusting. No wonder the grand jury wanted her arrested. Somebody comes in the chat named Moscow Slayer 1122, calls himself a tweaker. Oh my god, this is nuts. We have said it all along, and they've been just covering all of this up. Oh my god. Yeah, this is prosecutorial misconduct. This is sick. Who told her to say this? She's never said this ever. Okay, so let's go back to your call records. What is this? What is the next text you sent? That I sent? Or let's go up to the text to Bethany at 422. Oh, sorry. No, we've already done that. If you will go to the next at 422, Bethany, what did you send her? At 422, I said, no one is answering. And I said, I'm just really confused right now. Okay. And does Bethany respond? She says, yeah, dude, what the fuck? Xana was wearing all black. Okay. And do you know what are you all talking about? I'm going to guess. I called her after I had seen this person and said there's someone wearing all black. Whoa, oh my God. Holy shit. Oh my God, this is worse. Oh my God, the lies. Okay, and do you know what are you all talking about? I'm going to guess. I called her. I had seen this person and said there's someone wearing all black. Oh, shit. Okay. Remember, Dylan never called Bethany first. Okay, and had Xana been wearing black earlier? Answer. No. Wait, what? Did they just stop there? Is this a different page? This has to jump to a different page. I don't know. No, I think she was like singing and kind of like talking to Murphy, but I don't remember really what she said at all. Okay, now was this before or after you later heard a scream? This was before I heard her say someone's here. Okay, you mentioned fireworks. Did you ever hear fireworks? No. What? Bethany said something like firework, firecracker, but I don't believe I ever heard that. So I didn't know what that meant exactly. Oh my God. Okay, I am dead. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. These jurors were probably like, what the fuck? She just said that she is the one that uses, and she heard this oh my God, we're going to stop right there. Oh, wow. No, Bethany said something like that. So you never heard anything? No. Okay. Do you know what Murphy was doing during the time when Kaylee had said something? Someone's here. I don't know how much he was barking, but I remember hearing barking at a distance, like he had gone out the door, but I don't remember like being like, oh, he's barking a lot, a lot. So I like when Kaylee said someone's here and walking up the stairs, what? That's what I heard. His barking getting kind of like distant, like he had gone outside or something. Okay. Do you remember if you heard Murphy? Where was this? Okay, Murphy. Oh wait. Ooh. Okay. Do you remember if you heard Murphy barking when you got into Bethany's room? No, I don't believe so. Oh my God, this is awesome. Oh my God. Holy shit, the dog was barking until 4:47. Okay, now you testified about your alcohol consumption. Uh-huh. Did you take any other substances that night? Any drugs? No, just alcohol. Okay, to your knowledge, did anyone besides Hunter go upstairs the following morning? I remember somebody, it was that she had gone upstairs, but I don't remember seeing that at all. I have no idea. Who was that? Emily? 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 I remember some, but Emily said she had gone upstairs, but I had no clue. Did not see that. So obviously, I don't know for sure. Wait, what? Okay. And you mentioned going from your room down to Bethany's. Did you go anywhere in between? No. Oh my God, this is lies. You guys, this is crazy. I gotta stop. I mean, this is unfucking believable. No, at any point before the next morning, did you ever go up into Kaylee's room? No, we stayed downstairs in Bethany's room. Okay, so I want you to walk me through when you saw this person. Okay, let's go back to the diagram. This would be so when you saw this figure, remind us where you were at. I was in my room, like peeking my head out. So the door was a little bit open. Why would you ever do that? Oh my God. That's what I always said. You would never peek your head out unless you knew to be scared of something. You don't peek out. Okay, and remind us where you saw this figure. I believe he was like around here, maybe walking by or something. Okay, and what direction was his body pointing towards? Honestly, I don't know for sure. Uh-huh. I guess when I saw the person, there was like two snares in my head. What? There was someone running with high knees and then someone walking towards the sliding door. Oh my God. Oh my God. She saw two people? Like two snares in my head. There was someone running with high knees, like, football, high knees, high knees, high knees. And then someone walking toward the sliding door. Oh my God. Oh my God. I fucking can't breathe. I'm done. I'm done. We're done. High knees, high knees, high knees. Oh my God. I have two scenarios. She says two snares. I don't know what this is. Oh my God. I have two scenarios, maybe. I have two scenarios in my head. There was someone running with high knees, and then someone walking towards the sliding. And fucking Ashley Jennings is like, okay. And I've asked my therapist, like, what do you think it could be? And it could have been like they're both same thing happening. He maybe started running and then walking. What? You guys, what are we doing? You guys, what are we doing? What is happening? She's talking about, then I told my therapist about this, like, because I had to get one within 2 days. Okay. And then this is Ashley Jennings, like, okay. So I don't think his body was ever like, at one point he might have had his body facing towards me, but I feel like it's more straight across it going out that way. Like, but I couldn't say for sure. I can't fully remember that. Okay, but you do remember seeing their face at some point? I wouldn't say I fully remember their face, but I remember seeing his eyebrows. So at some point, I probably did see his face and don't remember it. Okay, last question. When you were trying to fall asleep that night and you mentioned you would have a show playing, do you remember what you were watching? I believe it was Vampire Diaries still. That was the show I had been that would have helped me fall asleep for the past few weeks. And I had just been watching that. So I'm going to figure, I don't 100% sure, but I'm going to figure it's still that show. Okay, I don't believe we have any further questions. Okay, I'm going to remind you, these are secret proceedings. So please don't discuss any of this with anyone other than the attorneys from our office or your own attorney, okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, juror number 6, may Dylan be excused? Presiding juror 6. Yes, she may be excused. Thank you. Okay, so I think at this point, they have lunch available for you back in the jury room. So, okay, we can take a break. Are we allowed to grab our phones during the session? I believe so, yes. Okay. And this lunch isn't there yet. It'll be a few minutes. Just remember not to discuss anything about any of the testimony or anything that happened today. Juror number 15. We can discuss it in the room. Ms. Jennings, no. In fact, let's hold off on discussing anything that happened until you deliberate. Okay. Thank you. We're back on the record. Bethany Funk. Oh, God. Okay, thank you. Bethany, are you alone? Yes. Okay. We just saw someone's hands come in the screen a moment ago. Oh my God, she testified via Zoom. Oh my God. Okay. All right, guys. That's all I got. Digest. You guys, we will see you. She testified via Zoom. Bethany Funk will never go into that state again. You guys. Good is out. He got tossed. I don't even know what to say. I need a minute. I need like 10. I need like 50. I just want to say thank you so much, Hoppy Master, Allie Tally, Super Sally, Fragilistic. Thank you so much, all of you guys. Like, I was trying to read this, so I couldn't really look at chat. Hopefully, you guys were having a nice chat in here. But I mean, high knees and bushy unibrow, gorgeous. Oh, she should be in prison. Oh my God, I don't even know what to say. How did you let these people testify? Breaking, Sean Good is out. High knees, mini vacuums. Look at these pretty knees. Titties, please. All right, guys, see you in the next one.